Yo, what up? You know what time it is, man. Divine Sense Boxing back in the building. What's good, everyone? I see my man Omega Red and SM, official members of the channel. I already know pretty much every time they're going to be the first ones in the building. So salute to you and salute to everyone else coming in, man. Make sure you guys hit that like button and get comfortable. Now it's back. Speak on it. Tonight is volume number 3 for you guys, man. It took me about 24 hours to recover from the Suns losing to the Mavericks. I was very, very upset. So I had to turn off social media and everything because you know how crazy it gets, man. So I'm starting to find my path back to normalcy. Crazy times we live in, man. Crazy, crazy times. But look, it's back to boxing, man, and a lot to talk about. Last night I was over. Well, last night for me, I guess this morning for you guys, I was over on Drew Titan's live, and you know he was going in on a lot of different topics. So if you guys haven't watched it, man, make sure you guys stop by and catch up on that, man, because you know he was spitting a lot of facts this morning. K-Rod, what's good, bro? So I'm kind of piggyback off of a little bit to kick off this live stream, and then we're gonna get into the other topics, man. But like I always say, this is speak on it, right? So this is an opportunity for anybody to come in and speak about controversial topics, talk about upcoming fights, give thoughts, go back and forth, and whatever it may be. I don't plan to do it too long, even though that's what I always say. But hopefully we can cut it and slice it, get to all the great juicy points and parts of the conversation, and then upload it and let people come in later. So, like I said, I want to go ahead and piggyback a little bit off of what Drew Titan was saying earlier this morning and talk a little bit about Deontay Wilder real quickly before we get into the other topics. And before I do that, let me go ahead and pin the link to the chat. So along the way, anybody that wants to come in, you're more than welcome. It is open panel tonight on Speak On It. So go ahead and pin that. All right, cool. All right, yeah. So Deontay Wilder has now received a statue in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, which we all pretty much know about. And there's a lot of things to be said about that. But for me, I'm going to keep it positive as much as I can. Congratulations all across the board to Deontay, his family, And to all the fans who have supported him unconditionally, no matter the trials and tribulations that he went through, that we went through as fans of Deontay Wilder, he has deserved to be represented in his home state of Alabama without any type of prejudice, you know, and let that statue stand tall and high. And as a reminder of, you know, what the glory of boxing really is. You know what I mean? This is a man who basically came from nothing, who had all the athletic ability in the world, but really didn't have any direction. You know, working a 9 to 5 like many of us do out here, trying to make ends meet to take care of his family, and found boxing late and became a heavyweight world champion. And not only was he a heavyweight world champion, but he defended that championship belt multiple times. And he also took on the stiffest and most difficult fights that he possibly could to really cement his legacy. Win, lose, or draw, he has cemented that legacy. And right now, there is a divide amongst quote unquote boxing fans, even though some of you guys shouldn't even be entitled to have that title because, quite frankly, I don't think you're a boxing fan. You're a casual. But for the sake of argument, there's a divide amongst boxing fans, right? Some people love him, some people hate him. There's still people out there on the internet right now saying that, you know, he was overrated. He was a bum. Only thing he had was power. He got lucky until he met Tyson Fury. And I'm not going to plug away too long on this because we have talked about this topic until there's nothing left to talk about, right? And Drew Titan talked about it this morning. So y'all want to get deep in it, go check that live stream out if you did it. But I always find it quite ironic that when a man is at his highest, right, people pay attention. And you got two types of people. And Floyd Mayweather was a part of this, right? Because a lot of people said that his style was boring, right? He's boring to watch. They didn't appreciate the sweet science and the ability to hit and not get hit, especially at the lower weight classes where power's not everything. Boxing skill is way more plentiful in regards to, or actually it's more resourceful. That's a better way to put it. And anyway, so Floyd went through it as well with the appreciation of their skill set. And for Deontay Wilder, yeah, his number one skill set was power. As a matter of fact, nobody hit harder than how he hit, right? But I find it funny when he's at his highest peak, right? There's two types of people. There's one type of people that say, damn, this dude is legit. Like, he is a threat to anybody in the division. He can knock anybody out. He may not have the most or the best technical ability, but this man is he's quite frank, he's a savage, right? He can two-piece your ass, and that's it. Good night. Who else is doing that in the heavyweight division? Nobody. Right? At that consistency, nobody. Now, that's the one type of person, right? We appreciate that. We aspire to be like that if you are a boxer, let's say, or you're a youngster coming up. That is an inspiration. Then the other type of person is, I see you, Lenarmo. Give me just a moment. I'll bring you in. The other type of person are, of course, even at the highest level, they see it, but they hate against it. They despise it. They figure out a way how to destroy it and be destructive. They pick away the layers. They figure out a way to insert poison and toxicity in something so magnificent. And this is something that we see throughout our daily lives, right? I can't help myself but to take a peek every once in a while because it's in our face about this Johnny Depp and Amber Heard situation, right? Which I plan to talk about on my other podcast. So make sure you subscribe to that, the Eternal Beast podcast. But it reminds us of the toxicity, right? Of the type of people that are out there, male and female alike. But that happens when he's at his highest, right? That's when he gets the most attention. And the moment he takes a loss, those people who have been criticizing him and trying to uh, insert toxicity and destroy him, then they come out in abundance, right? The truth becomes abundantly clear. The racists be, become unrooted and on full display. Because the truth is they knew, as much as they hated him, they knew all it took was one punch, and Fury would be as unrelevant as he was before he fought Wilder. And that is fact. And they feared that. They trembled at that idea. Their knees shaking and their palms are sweaty at the idea that this man, Tyson Fury, who they hold up to high regard, would disappear from the face of heavyweight boxing. And it damn near almost happened. So, let his statue in Alabama stand tall and high. And when it's all said and done, he will be appreciated. And I promise you that. Mark my words, write it on the wall, save it for a later date, write it in your journal. He will be remembered. I guarantee you that. Now, with that being said, and final note on it, Deontay was interviewed briefly about the statue, and he didn't confirm or deny whether he's going to come back or not. As a matter of fact, he hinted at the idea that he actually may come back. And let the boxing gods tremble at the idea. Because if he gets his hands on the likes of Anthony Joshua or Usyk or any of these other heavyweights, that's all I got to say about that. So, I appreciate, man, everybody stopping by, man. Make sure you hit the like button, get the likes all the way up. I see my man Big Dog Willie in the building. Who else we got up in here? We got everything boxing. What's good? Christian NWO in the building. Moped, what's good? Stacy Rubin, salute. And Platboy plays one of the legends, one of the original members of the channel. Salute to you, salute to everyone. And now that I've got that out of the way, my little prelude, my little introduction, it was sitting in my mind that I wanted to talk about it and just give you guys that little narrative and how I'm feeling about that. Now let's move on to the topics at hand, the current events, if you will. Lenar, what's good, bro? Long time no see. How you doing?
Yes, sir. Long time no see. How are you? I'm good.
Yeah, man. All good. All good. You know, we have been blessed in regards to boxing fights lately.
We
As
have.
much as we critique and criticize and sometimes pull our hair out for certain circumstances and when fights happen or do not happen, we have been getting a lot of fights lately. I mean, even to the point where it's back-to-back weekends, which is crazy. We haven't seen this in a very, very long time in this modern day age of boxing, where it's literally one weekend after the other. We're getting not even just good matches, but championship bouts, right? Sometimes even undisputed bouts, right? So I want to take a moment to recognize that. And as boxing fans, we have to say, yeah, we take a deep breath and be like, you know what, man, I've been entertained for the past 6 weekends in a row, and that's what's up. And on that note, we got even more on the horizon, even more, even bigger fights on the horizon. Another undisputed match, as a matter of fact, on the horizon, and Devin Haney and George Kambosos, which is coming up here not too far away. Deep Zone, I see you, bro. Uber Fly, I see you. So let's go ahead and talk about that. And I'm going to leave. I'm going to have you guys be patient and wait. And I'm going to leave the Bud and Spence saga to the end of this topic, right? At this end of the stream. And let us dissect a little bit first Haney and Kambosos. Now, you guys see the title of the live stream, right? I said Kambosos is going for the KO, right? And some of you guys may be shaking your head. Some of you guys may be chuckling. And some of you may be like, yeah, he is going for the KO, right? We do have a fair amount of Kambosos fans that are subscribed to the channel. A lot of those people came when I commentated live on the Kambosos and Teofimo Lopez fight. Ultimately, yeah, they got excited. They joined the channel, and so they are here. So just let you guys know. So let's start swinging it around and start asking some questions and start dissecting this. As you guys know, the link is pinned up at the top of the chat. If you do want to come in, feel free. This is Speak On It. This is an open panel tonight.
The oh yeah, look who it is who joined Batman, my arch enemy. Anyways, Divine. Um, so yeah, but I have. So who do you? Sorry if I'm not brushed up on you right at the moment. Who do you have winning the Kambosos and Haney fight?
You haven't missed anything. I haven't uploaded a prediction video or anything. As a matter of fact, I haven't really talked much about it other than it's an intriguing, interesting fight, and I'm looking forward to it. I have talked about pros and cons a little bit, but obviously tonight I'm going to speak a little bit more on it since we have this panel. Let you guys know what I think, and then probably within the week I'm going to give you guys my official prediction video breakdown and what have you, and leave it out there for the public, because when I go live, it's for the subscribers, right? So when I drop a prediction, it goes out to the world. So we bring people in. So with me being the host, I'm gonna let you guys speak on it first, and I'll kind of go off of what you guys have to say, and we'll go from there. So, how you feeling? What are you thinking about the fight, Lenar? And then we'll go to Jimmy.
Okay, sorry, Jimmy. I said Batman, Jimmy. Yeah. So about the fight, I think that this is what I'm feeling. I feel like Devin Haney will win the fight, but he may or may not get the decision. Because it being in Australia, and then not only that is if he even does win the first fight, he has to run it back for a second time in Australia. It's like, dude, you know what I'm saying? Just to accept the type of terms, you're putting yourself in a vulnerable position. And the thing about Haney is, even if he can outbox Kambosos, because I do think he has a little bit better boxing skills, but even if he can outbox Kambosos, he doesn't have stopping power. He just hasn't got that type of stopping power to get it out of the judge's hands. So that's what I'm really scared about.
All right, Jimmy, what's your thoughts?
Salute, bro. Shout out to Divine for having me on. Shout out to the chat. I think it's a tremendous fight. I'm a big fan of Devin Haney. He's going to Australia to take on this massive challenge. I think it'll be a tough fight. Kambosos really shocked the world against Teofimo. As for the real undisputed, so no questions. Number one versus number two. Both guys are undefeated. I mean, it's one of the best fights to come along in a long time. I think I'd favor Devin Haney to win because I feel like he's more of a polished technical fighter. But Kambosos, man, he's got a lot of dog in him. Monster engine, speed. It's going to be tough, bro. But I feel like the politics, like Lenar was suggesting, that I think they could play a major factor. It's a big, one-time return for like an Australian superstar. Manny Pacquiao found out the hard way that it's hard to get a decision in Australia.
Yep.
So I look forward to the event. I hope Haney wins because this is a proper legacy move to travel across the world, go to the Lions Den, and battle it out for all the titles. It's a legacy, bro. So I look forward to it.
Yeah, most definitely. And I see you out there, Moped, man. Thank you for sending some love to the Cash App, bro. I appreciate you. I haven't got my phone right now to see it, but I definitely appreciate you, man, immensely, man. Thank you. Look, yeah, on here on the screen, I got some Devin. This is recent, by the way. Devin Haney doing some pad work. I think it came out about a week ago or so, just to kind of entertain the people. But I agree with Lenar for sure. And Jimmy kind of pointed out too, as far as Pacquiao going over there and fighting Jeff Horn, and then we all remember what happened with that. I mean, this is a real scenario that you have to consider, right? If you're a Kambosos fan, you have less to worry about. Like, let's just be real. In regards to if it goes 12 and it's a close fight, you have less to worry about. And the potential of it going 12 and being a close fight is extremely high.
And guess what? In this particular fight, I don't think Haney's going to be the champion coming in. It's Kambosos who will be the champion. So it's going to have to be Devin Haney who's going to have to take it from the champion. Because you all know, and sometimes some fights you don't give it to to the non-champion or the visitor or whatever the case you want to call it. They give it to the champion, right? Because they say you have to take it from the champion.
Right. Oh
So
yeah,
they
he's going to be looked at as the champion 1000%. I mean,
Kambosos, right?
even yes,
Yeah.
and even looking at the headlines and how they promote it. I mean, he's the first name, he's the champ, he's got more of the belts, et cetera, et cetera. Now, if you ask me personally, who I think should be considered the champ or who's a bigger name, you would have to argue Devin because I mean, I hate to say it, but Devin's an American fighter, right? So when it comes to publicity and a worldwide known name, the American fighters always have that extra edge, right? So if it comes to notoriety and ability to sell fights, then Devin Haney, right? But to be honest with you, I don't really waste too much time. They're both champions, and if you're Devin Haney, you shouldn't have to worry about if your name's first or second on the promotional side of things. But at the end of the day, yeah, Kambosos fighting in his hometown, and obviously, having that situation where he's going to be against somebody he's going to be in somebody's own backyard, and unfortunately, we kind of know how they do it in Australia, and these are the things that we have to consider, especially if, as I always say, you are planning to bet on the fight, right? I don't typically bet, so I don't really lose too much sleep. But if you were to bet, you seriously have to take this into consideration. Now, in regards to the styles of the fights and whatnot, and how I see it playing out, it can go a lot of different ways. It can go a lot of different ways, guys. I mean, from what I see in Kambosos' training so far leading up to the fight, he's looking quite aggressive. Very heavy front-footed, throwing a lot of combinations. And I would expect him to look similar to how we looked against Teofimo Lopez, where in spots he'll try to counter, but ultimately he's looking to force pressure, to make you uncomfortable. And that could work against him against a guy like Devin Haney, because when you fight a guy like Teofimo Lopez, right, a guy who loads up on shots and tries to hurt you with every single shot, all you got to do is be able to absorb a little bit. If you can absorb a little bit and come back with 3 or 4 more punches, then you can beat a guy like Teofimo Lopez all day, every day. And that's what George did. And George had a great game plan. But let's not forget that George did knock down Teofimo Lopez with a counter overlooping right hand.
Yeah.
That Teofimo Lopez did not see. He did not expect it at all. And that was because he was being a little bit
overly aggressive,
overly zealous, and didn't expect George to throw that type of counter punch, which I think that Devin Haney is much more disciplined than that. I don't think he will overcommit at any point in the fight unless he's in deep waters and he's in a desperate situation. Otherwise, he's going to be more than happy to, counterpunch, stay in his comfort zone. And if Kambosos decides to rush him and try to throw combinations, then, he can, counter left hook, roll out, tie him up if he needs to, short uppercuts, keep him at the end of his jab and do things that he does well on a boxing standpoint.
And
right?
the thing about Kambosos too is like, he has a jaw, and so does Haney has a jaw, but I'm saying that with Haney, he didn't got that type of make you hesitate, like the commenter just said, like you hesitate type of power. So is Kambosos just going to keep walking forward? So I mean, we might be looking at just a box off, just because one thing about Kambosos too, we got to give him his credit. He's cagey, he's really cagey, So I gotta see. Because honestly, I think this fight's going to turn into just a box off. I think that you're not going to see too much slugging like you saw in the Kambosos and TFI. You're going to see more of a box off in my opinion.
Yeah, because Haney has the uncanny ability to draw you into that, right? And sometimes if you go in first round and think, I'm going to come in here and throw a bunch of combinations, and all of a sudden you're getting pot shotted, you're getting hit with straight right hands down the pipe, you're getting checked left hook, you're getting turned around, all of a sudden it turns into a boxing match because Kambosos is not a brawler. I don't know, you can call him a boxer puncher, I guess, but he's certainly not a brawler. He's not a guy who, no matter what, is going to keep coming forward. He's not a pressure fighter. He can pressure you, but that's not his MO, right? He will be forced into a situation, and this is where it becomes dangerous for Kambosos, is that if he's forced into a situation where he has to box in the middle of the ring, in my opinion, he's in trouble. Because Devin has the IQ, he's got the hand speed, he's got the counter ability, and he doesn't fold under that type of pressure. So Kambosos' game plan has to be, he has to be able to adjust on the fly and get Devin Haney in a situation where he has to be on the back foot a little bit, and you got to back him up a little bit. And it's what I always say. It's what I always say in big fights when I commentate on them live. It's no different than Canelo versus Bivol, right? Canelo is terrible when he is backed up. When you back him up and you can take his shots, then he really doesn't know what to do. But he's very comfortable when his feet are planted. Okay? And George is very similar. He's very comfortable when his feet are planted and he can throw the shots that he wants to shoot. And so if you don't allow him to plant his feet and set in, because he did that a lot against Teofimo Lopez, he was able to sit down on punches and throw big combinations. And Teofimo doesn't have the defensive ability to either one, counter it, or two, get out of the way. So they ended up exchanging with one another. And Kambosos just outpunched him.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're Devin Haney, that's all it is I'm going to keep this guy from planting his feet, setting his feet. That will make him uncomfortable. I'm going to keep him on his toes. I'm going to force him to use head movement. I'm going to force him to use a high guard. I'm going to force him to throw punches in a position that he's not comfortable or didn't expect to throw them in. And then if you do that, then obviously you can cruise to a 12-round decision. But to Lenar's point is that you have to do it convincingly.
Yep.
You could not just teeter, at the brink of it and do good one round and do okay the next round and allow Kambosos to shock and awe the crowd. Because every time Kambosos throws a big shot, the crowd's going to go crazy.
Woo, woo, woo. Even if it doesn't do that much damage. Woo, woo, woo. Even if it's just grazing. Woo, woo, woo. So he doesn't got that into his favor at all. And I don't even think that Devin has enough power to even knock down Kambosos, honestly. And I love Devin. He's one of my favorite fighters. But I don't even think he has enough power to knock him down. So he's going to have to put on a boxing clinic.
Yeah, and you can see Kambosos here on the screen, right? It very heavy. He's very, very heavy right-handed. And he really, really tries to set his feet, square his hips, and throw a big right hand. It was part of a lot of his game plan against Teofimo. And quite frankly, that knockdown that he got really, I think he probably would have won it without it, but it sure as hell made it way more comfortable to win that fight. And can he land it against Devin Haney, right, is the question. Because everything that he does here, even on this pad work, is predicated to landing a big right hand, right? His jab is okay. It's not top tier. His left hooks to the body are okay, right? But he does have a very good right hand. He does. And you can see how he torques his body into those right hands, the right uppercuts, the straight right hands, the looping right hands, and all that. So everything that he does is predicated towards that. And if you're Devin Haney's team and you're watching this type of footage, or even his past fight footage, if you prefer, you can design and develop a whole game plan around that. These are his tendencies. Is everything that he throws from the left hand is to set up a right hand. So all you got to do is create space. That's it. It takes much more distance to travel as far as throwing a right hand than it does a jab or a left hook. So as long as you keep space, he's going to have to reach. And if he's reaching, then you can counter him with uppercuts, left hooks. And if he gets off balance, you can tie him up, spin him, and punch off the clinch. So that's your little boxing analysis right there. But we got K-Rod in the building. Hey, K-Rod, did you want to comment anything on this fight?
Yeah, sure.
How do you see it going?
In me personally, like I think Devin's going to demolish George. I think Devin's style is just all wrong for him, and I think George Kambosos he doesn't possess like enough ring IQ to handle Devin's boxing ability, and I think if he starts off being hyper aggressive with his jab. I think George Kambosos, he's in a load of trouble because anybody that presents a really, really difficult jab to him, he really can't get to you. Perfect example of that would be, I'd like to say maybe the Mickey Bay fight. Mickey Bay definitely gave him some trouble, and obviously, Mickey Bay wasn't 100% himself. But I think for that particular fight, that's going to present like a huge problem for George. And I just think as far as like his defensive responsibilities, that's also going to become like a big problem as well because George, he leaves himself wide open to get hard countered. And I think Devin, he'll capitalize on that to make himself a bigger threat for the fight. So I think Devin's just going to cruise him.
He does have a tendency to not bring his hands back to his face after he throws a combination. And yeah, I mean, even Teofimo did land on him. It's not like that not like he didn't, right? We're all like shocked and awed about him doing what he did against Teofimo, but a lot of the reason why, not to discredit Kambosos, man, I've congratulated him to the full extent for beating him, but a lot of why Teofimo lost was on his own behalf. He literally had zero game plan. Zero. He literally said, I'm gonna knock this dude out quick. That was his game plan. He ain't shit.
And you know what too, Devin, Ryan? I had Kambosos winning by 1 point. So I had him win by 1 point.
Wow. So for you, the knockdown did matter.
The knockdown didn't matter. I thought Teo tied it up when he got his knockdown. And so I gave him the 12th. He won fair and square in my eyes. He won by 1 point. But like you said, though, that just proves that I just think that I think it was Teo who beat himself that fight. Being overly aggressive, making rookie mistakes.
It was a major part of it for sure. And I was a bit shocked.
I felt the same way with Lomachenko too when Lomachenko lost to Teo. I said that I think Lomachenko beat Lomachenko,
exactly,
not Teo.
Exactly. So I mean, on that note, it's like, will Devin Haney undervalue or underestimate Kambosos? Because if he does, he can lose this fight, guys. I'm telling you right now.
I don't think
because Kambosos. Look, let me put it to you guys this way. Not to cut you off. Let me put it this way. We could sit up here and talk about styles all day long, and I can agree all day long that Devin is the better boxer. There's no question about it. It's not even a debate to me. The Kambosos fan would have to come in here and convince me that Kambosos is a better pure boxer, right? But Kambosos has a lot on the line, right? In his mind, put yourself in his shoes for a moment. As much as we get irritated at Kambosos, I don't personally, but I've heard channels out here get irritated at Kambosos, and a lot of it was because they feel like he was avoiding Devin Haney and was trying to fight Lomachenko, this, that, and the third, which is fine. And and he was. I'm not saying he wasn't, but put yourself in his shoes just for a moment. You had to go to America to a certain amount of time to be able to get a title shot against Teofimo Lopez, right? When you got the fight against Teofimo, nobody, literally nobody, thought you were going to win that fight. If you betted for Kambosos, you got paid. Let me put it that way, right? Pretty much everybody thought that Teofimo was going to knock him out because he's a guy coming from Australia that's kind of good, but he's not on Teofimo Lopez's level. So he shocks everybody, right? So for him, I got all these belts. I've worked this hard to get this. That's why he was so adamant on, we got to go back to Australia to run this back. If anybody wants to come get these belts, they got to come to Australia. Because in his mind, whether you agree or disagree with it, in his mind, he feels like he's earned that right. Because he paid his dues. He went to America. He had to train and deal with all that different stuff. In and out of America, and he went in there, shocked the world, grabbed the belts, took him back to Australia. So now that he has essentially been forced to fight Devin Haney, I'm going to say forced because the reality is he wanted Lomachenko.
Yep.
And now he's got Devin Haney. So now he didn't really get the fight that he wanted to get, right? And now he's got to deal with a whole nother monster. And not to discredit Lomachenko, but Devin Haney's a whole nother set of problems, right? So he's like, man, shit, now I got to deal with him. But I have a couple things going for me. One, I'm in Australia. Number two, I'm going to be the crowd favorite, obviously. That's naturally. Number three, I got all the belts. But because of all that, I have a lot on the line. I have a lot to lose. If I lose in my own hometown, that's demoralizing. Even if I know that there's going to be a rematch, it's pretty devastating that I let this dude, this young boxer from America, come in and beat me in my own backyard. So the reason why I'm pointing this out is because if Devin Haney is underestimating George, one thing that we know is George, he's gonna fight to the bitter end. That I guarantee you. Right? This is not a situation of quitting on a stool or he's boxing my head off and he just kind of gives up and tries to survive a fight or whatever. That he's going to continue to punch until the very end. That I promise you, because number one, I think he's built that way once he's in that ring. And number two, he's got a lot at stake. With the crowd yelling and screaming in his hometown, he's going to fight into the bitter end. So if Devin comes in and think, I'm going to box this shit out easy. Well, George is coming.
Well,
and he's gonna come ferociously for 12 rounds. So your game plan is, number one, you got to be in shape for 3 minutes of 12 rounds without a doubt, which I think he will. Devin Haney's disciplined. Then secondly, you got to win at least 8 to 9 rounds convincingly to avoid a draw.
But Divine, and I agree with you with that, but I don't think Devin's going to be underestimating Kambosos. It takes a lot of guts and balls to be able to sign a contract like that. Does it not? So I think he knows the task at hand. I don't think he's underestimating. If anybody's underestimating anybody, it'd be Kambosos underestimating Haney. But what he's talking. So he's acting like
I don't think he's underestimating because he didn't want to fight him.
Well, I'm saying, you heard some of his comments, up to the presser and stuff.
Oh, but he's just gassing himself up.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I'm just saying, if you take some of those comments, if anybody's underestimating anybody here, it'd be Kambosos underestimating Haney. I don't think Haney's underestimating George at all. I haven't heard not one thing out of his mouth that's like he's downplaying him or anything. He says, "I know how good I am, and I know I'm going to beat you." So he's coming with it.
Yeah.
The one thing I find kind of a little, I guess, bizarre is, and maybe it's nothing. The Haneys, they haven't gone to Australia yet, and there's like 3 weeks left of the fight. I feel like maybe they should get there a little quicker, though, just to acclimatize to the time zone, the weather, the whatever, weight cutting or medicals they have to do.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because the seasonal changes in Australia, it's not like America. So
absolutely. Like when it's winter here, it's summer there, and vice versa.
Yep.
Like you're literally going from, if you're from like North Carolina or some shit, it can be like 95 with 100% humidity, and then you're going into, 10 degrees.
Yeah, because I fear that Devin might get sick and like something shady might happen where, he might get into like some situation where he's not 100% and, that could, potentially cost him to, possibly lose. So
it could. And it's not the first time where fighters travel. I mean, the thing is that I'm a traveler, right? I've traveled the world for 15, 16 years. I've been everywhere. And it takes a toll on you, man. Now, Devin Haney, he's young, he's in shape, he can recover, jet lag, whatever it is, take him about 3 or 4 days, and he should be fine. But we're not talking about going from America to UK, right? You're just crossing the Atlantic, no big deal. The weather's different, but it's not as a big change. You're literally going from the northern to the southern hemisphere. And that's what you're doing. You're crossing the equator. And it's a completely different animal, dealing with the weather changes. Everything's different. And when we don't think about these psychological effects, like your body changes when you're sitting on an airplane for 16 hours. And you get off that plane, the climate's different, the atmosphere is different, the pollution is different. Your body has to adapt to that. So I agree 1,000% that he needs to get there as like basically ASAP, training there, running uphill, downhill, like get his lungs accustomed to the weather there, and really give himself a fair shot. And yeah, and one thing you guys have to understand as well on that note is when you travel a lot and you go to different countries and even sitting on an airplane for 16 hours, you have no idea how many people on that plane are sick.
Yep.
I'm not even COVID, just anything, because you're in a capsule that's locked in. Like there's no escape, right? So people get sick when they travel, especially that distance in an airplane all the time. Strep throat, bacterial, a cold, like whatever it is, right? So that's very true. Now, I don't know if he's taking a private jet, and if he is, that's even better.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he's got that type of finances to be able to take that long of a flight on a private jet. But if he's taking a normal flight, even if it's business class, still you're taking a little bit of a risk, and you have to be aware of that. But that's even more reason to get there soon, because if you do get the sniffles or you get a bit of a sickness or the weather doesn't agree with you, you can get through that couple of weeks to get adjusted, and you have plenty of time to get into training and get back into your routine. But just food for thought for everyone to consider. Omega, yeah, women in Australia, yep, yep. I've been to Sydney and Perth, and yes to the Aussie women, especially the ones that are mixed with like the native blood, the Aboriginals, and
Yeah,
All right, you try to conquer that cinnamon skin, huh?
Yeah, they gorgeous.
You try to conquer that cinnamon skin, huh?
I agree 100%. I feel like from America to the UK, it's only a 5-hour time difference. But from Vegas to Melbourne, I think it's like 18 hours. So it's really there's a
what? Vegas to Melbourne?
Yeah, because
how many hours?
Wow, that's so terrible.
16 to 18, yeah.
So
because Melbourne is in the southern part of Australia, which is another 3 hours away from Sydney. 2 or 3 hours on a flight from Sydney. Sydney's like in the center of Australia on the the East Coast. So yeah, Melbourne's even further south. If they're are they fighting in Melbourne or Sydney?
Melbourne.
Oh, okay. So it's even further than Sydney.
They'll be 18 hours ahead of Vegas time.
Right. So yeah, another very interesting point. Now, here's the thing, right? Is that you can't really prepare for that mentally. Like, I was concerned about that when the fight was first announced. And if you've never traveled a lot, you wouldn't even think about this. You're just thinking, I'll just get on the plane and I'll be there in like X amount of hours. And then the next day, I might sleep. And then after that, I'm back to normal. And it's like, it doesn't work that way if you don't prepare properly for it.
But I think he's probably gonna go on a private jet though, Divine. I think that's what I'm thinking. I think he's gonna be on a private jet.
Yeah, private.
Because all these big championship boxers do private.
Right. I really do hope so, man. That'll help. He can sleep properly as well if he's on a private jet. Keep himself. He can do film studies and get be a bit more comfortable. And the people that are around him, he knows. It's people that he's around with every day. So that's the best idea if you're able to do it financially. And I don't know how all that shit works. I don't even know. Like maybe the promotional company pays for that shit. I don't know. Maybe it's part of your contract. It's very possible. But yeah. So big homie Coop, what's good, bro?
I believe it's sponsored by the promotional company.
Yeah. John Collins, man. I think John Collins is a Kambosos fan, bro. So we got one of them in there. We got one of them in here, man. There's others out there, which I don't think they'll probably come out until I commentate the fight live. They'll be in the building. I guarantee you guys that. So it'll be a very, very interesting live stream come fight night, because I probably had a couple of hundred, if not more, Kambosos supporters subscribe after he fought Teofimo. What's up, William? Been a while, bro. Good to see you. So yeah, guys. I mean, I think for Devin Haney, I'm pretty confident on how he's going to come into the fight. I feel like he's going to just be who he is and be ready to box, be ready to defend, be ready to control distance, be patient, and just do what he always does. Now, Kambosos, I'm not 100% sure how he's going to come. I don't know if he's going to be aggressive. I don't know if he's going to try to box. I don't know if he's going to try and just try to throw big power shots. I don't know, and I guess in that instance, I feel a little bit more comfortable going for Devin Haney if all circumstances are in order, right? Meaning he's in good health, he's trained properly, all that different stuff, all those things in line the way it should be, then I feel more comfortable with Haney, just because I think Haney, it's like I look at Haney as like, I know what he's going to do. I know that he can box. I know that he can, like I said, control distance, work behind the jab. He can defend himself, and he's calm, cool, and collected, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. With George, though, will the crowd get to him too much? Will the hype, will the cheering, will the moment, the spotlight, because it's different, man. You go into a situation when he fought Teofimo, you're the underdog. You're not supposed to win. That gives you an extra boost to prove people wrong. And nobody's cheering for you. Everybody's cheering against you. But when you have support, you would think, right? You would think that, oh, well, that would give you more confidence. That would propel you. Well, it can, but it can also work against you, where it gets too much in your head and you get out of your game plan. We've seen this before. I mean, we saw that with Wilder and Fury in the third fight. Well, Wilder came out like just after the first round, well, even in the first round, just every shot was just with ill intent. And the just the adrenaline of everything can sometimes work against you. And in a fight at this magnitude, it's like George is a little bit older. You would think that he's a bit more mature. You think that, he's a bit more established on that end. But Devin Haney, though, he's been boxing for a long time, even though he's younger. And it's like I'm kind of curious about that, how these two guys are going to handle a packed out stadium of screaming Aussies in a hostile environment for Devin Haney. It's going to be interesting how Devin, at this young point in his career as a champion, all right, we got to add that in there. This isn't just a prospect, a guy who's trying to take Kambosos' belts. He's a champion himself. But it's still interesting. A guy his age can go over there and handle that amount of pressure because it's going to be a lot. Everywhere he walks in Melbourne, nobody likes him. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Everywhere he walks, when he goes hotel to gym to down the street to get food, whatever it is, they don't like him. Now, they may stop by, but, oh, that's Devin Haney. Let me get a picture. But they ain't going for him. They want him to lose. And this is the first time in his career where he's going to have to face that. Now, he's either going to pass that test in flying colors and prove everybody wrong and say, like, damn, he really is ready for stardom, right? He doesn't fold under pressure. He was built for this. He's ready for this, et cetera, et cetera. Or we're going to know quick within the first 3 rounds on rather the build-up, the lead-up, being in Australia, having to deal with criticism, having to deal with people that don't like him, rather it affects him or not. Because if he's rigid, he's tight, he's not fluid, he doesn't look relaxed and confident, and Kambosos is looking geared up and energized and confident, we're going to know very, very, very early in the fight. And that early stages will set the pace and will set the course on how that fight will end up.
Yep.
Omega said the women will like Haney. Oh, yeah, man. Hey, Aussie girls, man, they crazy. I never been to Melbourne, though, but I've heard great things. I've heard great things. Yeah, Cursor says we got to remember Haney's been fighting in other countries when he was even younger. Yeah, like I think that we sometimes don't give Haney enough credit. I mean, I say we as in people that think that he's, I don't know how to frame it, but I guess there's people out there that feel like he's been gifted this level, like he's been gifted a belt. I mean, I've heard people comment stuff on YouTube. They think he's been fighting nobodies. His resume doesn't stack up, et cetera, right? But this is somebody who has been boxing for most of his life. This is what he does. And this is why he wants to fight Kambosos. This is why he wants these big fights, because for him, he may only be whatever age he is. What is he, like 24, 25?
He's like 23, 24.
Yeah.
23.
So in his mind, he's like, yeah, my body's this age, but my mind is older. Like, I've been doing this for a long time. Like, I feel like, you know, this is my moment to let everyone know that I'm not just some 24-year-old kid who has talent and got lucky and got a belt. Like, I've been doing this and I'm ready to prove it, right? And I respect that. And I feel like that is what upset. That's what upset Devin Haney when Kambosos was calling him a kid, right, in the press conference.
Exactly. That's why I was saying that. Yeah, I was like, is Kambosos the one underestimating Haney?
Right. Yeah, so that's how I feel about it, and I was actually really impressed, and does give me confidence that Devin Haney is ready, because the way Devin Haney responded to being called a kid, I mean, it was automatic. There was no hesitation. He's like, I ain't no damn kid, and you're gonna find out. So I was like, oh shit, like okay, and I feel like Kambosos thought that he can bully Devin a little bit because he is older. Right. And it's, you know, it happens. Right. I think a lot of us have been on both sides of that. Right. Because when I was younger, when I was 22, 23 years old, I didn't give a shit what a 35-year-old man told me. Right. I'm like, okay, you're older than me, but that don't mean shit. Like, I'm younger than you. I'm faster than you. I'm whatever than you. Right. And then I go in the ring and he busts my ass to shit because he's more experienced. And all that youth that I had didn't mean shit because I was undisciplined, right? But I've also, now that I'm older, I got young dudes coming up and they doing the same shit to me. So when you have that kind of older status, it's natural to be like, man, this is a young dude. Like, he's just coming up. He ain't shit. Like, I've been doing this, whatever. But Devin's like, nah, I ain't just a young dude. Like, I've been doing this for a long time. This is what I do. This is me. Like, boxing is life kind of shit, you know? And he's like, don't call me a kid. And for me, I was like, yo, this dude's ready, man. He's ready for this opportunity. He really is. So, you know, that's my thoughts on that. Big Tex is in the building, bro. It's been a minute. Demon Kennedy also in the building, man. I appreciate y'all stopping by tonight, man. Make sure you get the likes all the way up. For every person in here, we should have a like. So, anybody have any final thoughts on Kambosos, Devin Haney? Because I'm going to go ahead and switch gears to the next topic at hand. And by the way, guys, the link to join this panel is pinned up at the top of the chat if you want to come in and leave your thoughts. And next topic, of course, is Bud and Spence. So any other final thoughts on this fight, guys? I mean, obviously, we still got a little bit of time. There's going to be a lot more time to chop it up as the fight continues to inch closer and closer. I'm going to be dropping prediction videos here soon about this fight in particular. Drew Titan, what's good, bro? Do your thing, man. Appreciate you having you in. I listened to your live this morning, bro. You were cooking, absolutely cooking. You were cooking so badly I couldn't even comment. I didn't even know what to say. It left me speechless. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to the prediction video because, like I said, when I drop a prediction video, that's for the world. But this right here is exclusive for all the subscribers. So any final thoughts on this fight? We'll start with Lenar, and we'll go down the list, and then we'll switch gears to the next topic.
I just want to say, you know, what Devin Haney's doing is commendable, fighting for undisputed. And not only fighting for undisputed, but doing it in somebody's backyard twice. That is to be commended. I do think his skills is better than Kambosos. I do think that he should win, but I'm not gonna rule out the fact that it could be an ass pull just because of all the circumstances involved.
Jimmy, final thoughts.
Yeah, mate, to be honest, I really look forward to this fight. I believe it's the first undisputed lightweight fight in the four-belt era. So you got a big stadium, 50,000 fans. You got two young undefeated champions, number one versus number two. You know, full credit Devin Haney traveling across the world to fight the number one guy in his division. And also credit to Kambosos, you know. Devin Haney's been an avoided fighter for a long time. Guys like Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis wanted nothing to do with him. But Kambosos is the first guy to really step up and give him a shot, you know, on the big stage. So I look forward to this fight. I do favor Devin Haney because I think he's a little more technically refined. But, you know, out there in Australia, Kambosos, he's going to be fired up. I think his counter-punching skills, Devin needs to be careful of them because that's how he did a lot of damage to Teofimo. You know, Teofimo was trying to rush him because of his underrated hand speed and counter-punching skills. He was able to put a lot of hurt on Teofimo. But I think, you know, Devin should get a decision unless shady politics. But, yeah, man, I look forward to it.
And K-Rod, final thoughts.
Yeah, I think this is a very good, memorable fight. I think this is going to be like one of the best fights in the lightweight division. As much as I do want Devin to, you know, like put on a masterclass performance, I think this will be a pretty, you know, tough fight, but it's going to be a very, very, you know, exciting fight for Devin. I think George, he's going to give it his all, but I think Devin, he's just going to be a lot more hungrier just to, like, you know, take that undisputed crown. So either way, I'm proud of him. You know, that just speaks volumes based off of how he's, you know, like approaching this. And honestly, like, I feel like that this is like another Jack Johnson versus who's that white guy that he fought?
He fought a lot white guys.
But he was that white guy that he fought out in Australia, but I forgot his name.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's pretty much like how I see this fight. But yeah.
Yeah, very, very, very similar. Very similar. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the final question, you don't have to answer it. You can kind of answer it in your mind. But I'm going to say it one more time for the people that came in a little bit later. If you are a person, TS Boxing said Tommy Burns. Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, TS. My man TS always got the facts of the history. Bruce Goes, what's good, man? Always good to see you out. Good to see you in here, OG. So my question for you guys is this, and you can answer it in your own minds, and then we'll switch up. And like I said, if you're a person who bets on fights and plans to bet, can Devin Haney win at least 8 rounds convincingly to get the decision? That's the question that you have to ask yourself, because I can commentate on it. I can give you my unbiased commentating / analysis of the fight, score it round by round, and I might have Devin Haney up 10 rounds to 2. Right? But will it be so convincingly obvious that the judges would have no other way, no option, no choice to give it to Devin, right? Bivol made it so clear that he was whooping up on Canelo, and they still only had him winning the fight by 2 rounds.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was very
that shit is crazy.
Bro, and that's not to change topics to another fighter, but real quick, that's the thing about Canelo, Divine. It's like when you fight Canelo, you down 2 or 3 rounds. You must know that going into the fight. You are down like 2 or couple rounds, man. Because I mean, he did the same shit to Floyd. Like you have to put on a Floyd-esque performance, a Bivol-esque performance against Kambosos, and even then you may only get a split, a draw. So you know what I'm saying?
It's crazy, man. Like
there was a fight in the UK that happened a little while ago where Jack Catterall beat the dog shit out of Josh Taylor. He won arguably 8 or 9 rounds, dropped him. So how do you win 8 or 9 rounds, drop the opponent, and they still give it to the other guy? That was way worse than what Bivol did to Canelo. So
True.
I think robbery could happen.
I mean,
Demon, like, Kambosos is not Canelo, but it doesn't really matter. Kambosos is regarded as the champion in this fight. They're fighting in Australia, and Australia has a history of giving away decisions that are not accurate. Case in point, Manny Pacquiao and Jeff Horn. I mean, this is something that happened recently, but we can go down the line of history of fights happening in Australia, especially against American fighters. And the other problem is that like Lenar said, like, I don't see Devin Haney knocking out Kambosos. I would love him to, right? Because then there's no question, obviously, at that point, if he's able to stop him. But I don't think that if he knocks him out, it would have to be like, an accumulation. It would have to be something extravagant in the later rounds where I just don't see. If Teofimo can't knock him out, one of the biggest punchers in the division, if not the biggest puncher, and was able to knock him down, but Kambosos was still able to get up, like late in the fight, he was able to get up and fight on.
Yep.
I don't see Devin knocking him out. Devin's got to go in there and put on a masterpiece.
And honestly, like, I don't even see him knocking him down. Like I said, I don't even see him getting a knockdown. I'll be if he got a knockdown, I'd be like, okay, I'd be a little surprised. Okay, all right, I'd be happy for him. But I definitely don't see him knocking him out, because if Teal couldn't do it, like, hell no, Devin can't do it. I wouldn't bet money on a bet like that.
Right, exactly. So we're gonna. I mean, I don't know about you guys, man. I don't know who plans on betting on the fight, but for me, I'm gonna keep my money right where it should be, and that's in my pockets. And exactly. I'm gonna enjoy the fight, commentating on it. As a boxing fan, I'm gonna be rooting for Devin. But I'm not gonna risk that type of or any type of money, given the facts that I just stated. And you know what, man? If Kambosos wins fair and square, I'm gonna give him his flowers, as should we all. You know what I mean? If he ends up stopping Devin Haney or knocking him down several times, and pulls off an upset, then we got to give credit where credit is due. But
and another circumstance too is there's just too many circumstances for us to bet on this, for me to bet on it either. Haney with the weight cut, you know what I'm saying? How much longer can he continue to make this weight?
True. True.
It's just too many little things for me to be confidently betting on to bet on this fight.
And
I do favor Haney, but you know,
and we're gonna do this for Spence and Crawford too. But the old classic way. Back in the day when I had my original YouTube channel, I used to break down fights by talking about it. But I had another strategy, right? The old classic way of the power, or sorry, not the power, the point system in regards to attributes and abilities, right? So if we were to put, let's say, the attributes of a boxer on display, right? Power, hand speed, combination ability, ring generalship, ring IQ, all these different attributes, and we put them down, and we had a scale from 1 to 10, or you can even make it simple and do like a 10 to 9, right? Who has the edge? If we were going to do that, who would have the edge in power? It would be Kambosos, right? It's not that he has a massive amount of power, like he's not a Teofimo, but in comparison to Devin, he does. He does have the advantage in the power, right? But if you were, again, to scale it out, who would have more check marks? Devin Haney would, by a large margin. If you were to who's faster?
Yeah, the two guys.
I think Devin is because how do you classify hand speed though? Because Manny
That's what
Pacquiao
exactly.
Manny Pacquiao had hand speed, but he wasn't faster than Floyd.
He wasn't. I think he was faster in combination punching, but he didn't have the faster reflexes, so to speak. Like when it comes to straight punch, 1, 2, jab. So yeah, that's a perfect example you brought up because I was about to say that too. Is Matty Pacquiao was faster than Floyd in combination punching, but
Correct.
was he faster than Floyd to the first punch? Not necessarily. And I feel like that's the same thing with Haney and Kambosos.
Yeah, that's how you defining hand speed is tough, right? But yeah, there's combination hand speed, and then there's the first one to land a punch, right? And I think Devin will be the first one to land up. Like he's going to implement a jab. His jab is going to be better than Kambosos, far better. It's going to be far better than Kambosos' jab, and that's a jab to the pit of the stomach, jab to the head. That's going to be a huge weapon for him in this fight. Now, as far as sitting down on sitting down on your punches and throwing big combinations, yeah, Kambosos might have the edge because that's not Devin's style. Devin's not really going to throw an 8-punch combination unless he maybe got you hurt. And that's another thing we got to ask too. I know I keep saying we got to close the book on this, but who has more of a killer instinct if one of the other fighters get hurt? Because it happens all the time in boxing, man. Like Bivol had Canelo buzz, in my opinion, and he didn't fall for the bait because he's like, nope, like I'm fine. I'm fine boxing 12 because you can't hurt me, and I'm not going to give you the opportunity to land something that I don't see, right? In my mind, I feel like it's hard, right? But I feel like if Devin buzzes Kambosos and Kambosos gets wobbled, will he jump on him and try to finish him? Or will he be like, nah, like I'm not going to get hit with something because he knows that Kambosos, even hurt, Kambosos can be wild and throw some shit. Right? So what are we going to get there? Now, Kambosos, in my opinion, if he does buzz Devin, Kambosos will jump on him. For sure. So there's a difference there too.
Well, Haney showed that killer instinct. He just didn't got that killer power. We saw that when he gets some of his guys but he's trying. I was like, he tries to get him up out of there, but just the pop is just not there.
Right.
Well, look, I think it's just mainly due to him not fighting at his natural weight, because like he's a big 135 pounder, and his shots actually do hurt you. It's just that he's not fully rehydrated to the point where he's actually hurting you with those power shots.
Exactly, Christian. Exactly.
K-Rod? Yeah.
No, I think he's replying to Christian in the chat.
That's exactly what I said. Yeah.
All right, guys. So we've pretty much chopped it up every way we can. So we can talk about this fight alone all night long. But let's get to the next topic, which I think a lot of people came in here for. I mean, let's be honest. It's Spence and Crawford, right? An ongoing debate, ongoing fiasco, ongoing sometimes like a rage against the machine type situation.
Hey, you know what I feel like, Devon? This is like, you know, those announcers at the end of the show, and the saga continues. You know?
Right? It's crazy, right? But you know, to kickstart it, I do want to say that I feel the fight's going to happen, and I feel like it's going to happen this year. I feel like there's some talk that is not being released to the public that is happening. It's just my gut feeling, talking about this sport and being around it for a very long time. And I know there's a lot of people out there that feel like it's not going to happen for various reasons, right? So the comment section is there for you to comment on. And also the link to this panel is pinned up at the top if you do want to come in and give your thoughts. But I did put in the title of this live stream on purpose saying sign the contract. Now the question is who? Who needs to sign the contract? Who is holding it up? Who is making it difficult? And why at this point hasn't there at least been a clear sign that there is negotiations, like a clear sign, not just hearsay, not just hopes and wishes, but a clear sign that the fight is under negotiations and we are getting close to having this fight happen, right? And we're not at that point right now. We're still coming at each other's throats, pointing fingers here and there. And I spend a lot of time going to different channels out here. Some are Bud supporter channels and some are Errol Spence supporter channels. And it gets very interesting. Black Superman in the building, bro. What's good? Champ Live Boxing, what's good? Good to see you guys in here, man. I see my man Black Superman. He's using the custom emojis, man. I appreciate you. So, look, I'll kickstart it and we'll go around. Okay. I'll kickstart it real quick. Okay. My thing is this: I hate with a passion the politics of boxing. If I had a choice, I would never talk about it. I would just give my fight breakdowns and predictions, commentate live, and I will be happier than a pig in shit, right? But, unfortunately, boxing is probably 50% politics. There's no way around it, especially a fight of this magnitude, right? And guys, you know, there's probably hardcore fans in this chat, and there's probably, admittedly so, casuals as well. But for those who don't know, these two men have been talking about each other. The media has been talking about these two men fighting each other for years. Years. It's just that recently, in the past year or so, it has reached its pinnacle in the debate on who would win and who's ducking who, because obviously Crawford did officially step into the 147-pound division, right? Whereas before he was, you know, in 130, 135, 140, right? Or whatever the case was, right? So he was always a little bit lower in the weight classes than Errol, but now he's at 147. So now people are like, okay, well, it's not like 147 is a problem for you because you just beat Porter. And some people say you did a better job against Porter than what Errol Spence did. Now that's, I know, a tender debate for some people, but on paper, that's what it is. He stopped Porter on paper. Hate it or love it. Right? So it's no longer a debate on weight classes or, you know, they're not in the same generation or will they ever come into the same weight. No, it's the time is now, right? So that's why we're at the pinnacle of this debate trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Now, like I said, I hate talking about this shit because It's just it's literally you're speaking to thin air because at the end of the day, these two men got to get in the ring and settle this shit. But with that being said, I don't believe that both of them are avoiding each other. Somebody is avoiding somebody, in my opinion. And I don't know who it is, quite frankly. I don't know who it is for a fact. I have my suspicions. I have my feelings based off of things that I've learned and seen.
Yep.
You about to make a fight break out. You make her out in the chat, in the live chat, in the comment chat. You better stop it.
Hey, but this is what it is, though. It's speak on it. And that's what we're doing. We're speaking on it. Now, as much as I hate talking about this shit, because it drives me insane. Sometimes, man, like I'll go to BFTB, right? BFTB cooking. And sometimes I'm like, man, like this should just give me a headache. Because it's like we're fighting over two men who, like, quite frankly, like there's nothing we can do, honestly, that can make these two men fight. They got to fight each other. And sometimes it gets so heated and crazy, like people literally trying to fight, like in real life, like that's how crazy it gets. But somebody, in my opinion, has got to be blamed for this. The fight is too big. The legacy is too big. There's too much at stake, too much money to be made. It reminds me a lot of Pacquiao Mayweather. A lot. The only difference is that promotional things really stood in the way of Pacquiao Mayweather and random blood and urine testing. But as far as legacy, as far as two, well, soon to be Hall of Famers, because I think they both will be in the Hall of Fame when it's all said and done, facing off against one another in the same era, it's the same. And it's two different styles, just like Mayweather Pacquiao, two different styles. Not as different, but still, there's a distinct difference between these two fighters.
I don't even think of it like that. I think of it more of just like I mean, this is like my own personal view, but I think it's more like a Sugar Ray Leonard versus Tommy Hearns, like a type of fight.
I think it's more of a Marvin Hagler versus Tommy Hearns type of fight.
I don't know, because Marvin Hagler, he doesn't have any similarities with Bud, but for Tommy Hearns, I could definitely see EJ in that department.
I see more Marvin Hagler than EJ. What are you talking about?
Well, that's why.
I see Marvin Hagler. Because you got a really strong pressure.
I'm just saying, like as far as like the fight, like energy itself, like, you know, like it feels like a Hagler Hearns or Sugar Ray Leonard.
Oh, okay, yes, yeah. Okay. I was talking about stylistically.
Yeah,
I was just okay. Yeah, you talking about okay. And yeah. Divine, man, you about to start a war, man. Because me and Jimmy, man, we went at it on one panel one time, man. You about to start a fight, a dog fight, about to break out, man. This you good?
Yeah, no, agree on everything, isn't it?
We don't agree on this topic, but
you know, I told go ahead. I went on BFTB's show, I don't know, like last week, and I said that it shouldn't matter who you support. If you're a Bud fan, great. If you're a Spence fan, great. But we got to do our part as being a fan of whoever fighter that you support, right? So what my point is that if you think it's Bud that is stalling the fight, then instead, if you're a Bud fan, instead of saying, man, it ain't Bud, bro, like it's Spence, like Spence this, Spence that, man, and you know, just send the contract. Now, fuck all that. You're a Bud fan, right? So pressure Bud to go make the fight then. Make sure and be satisfied that every move that Bud makes is bringing it another step closer to having that fight happen. And the same thing goes to Spence fans. if you're a Spence fan, be satisfied with every move that Errol Spence is making behind the scenes to make the fight happen. Because we are the power of the people. Now, the fight doesn't need to sell itself. The fight is already sold. As soon as they sign the contract, it's a wrap. Like, the press conference and all that shit's going to be crazy anyway. You don't have to worry about if you're a promotional side of things, like this shit, like you don't got to do nothing. All you got to do is make artwork. That's all you got to do. Artwork, date, time, venue, put a couple mics in front of them. That's it. You don't got to promote shit. Right? So if you're a promotional side, PBC or whatever it is, man, that's going to deal with this fight, like this is a treasure chest right here. And
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
easy. It's easy pickings, man. You don't got to sell nothing, none of that shit, bro. Like this is a pay-per-view extravaganza right here.
Absolutely. And I mean, you know what? Fuck it, Devon. Let's go there now. I mean, this should start the fight already. So it's already Crawford. Oh, you know what? Before I even say anything, let me get one more thing. If I can ask, can I ask you a question, Devon?
Yo.
Devon and Jimmy, I wanted you two to answer. So
Okay.
what were you? What first, Devon? What was your analysis? I didn't get it of Spence versus Ugas. What you have going into the fight, and what did you think after Spence got the stoppage? Evaluate that performance for me.
Well, I thought it was a superb performance for the most part. It wasn't unblemished. I know one part of the fight that some Spence fans don't agree with. I do feel like when he lost his mouthpiece, and then he was looking for it and he got caught flush, I do feel like he was buzzed. I know K-Rod would say differently, but I think he was, and I also think that it was a huge mistake that he did that. With that being said, everything else about that fight, he was far superior.
So did you have the fight on points or a stoppage? What'd you think?
Like going into it?
Yeah.
Shit, man. I don't remember what my official prediction was. I think I thought EJ would win by a clear decision.
Yeah, I think you did say that. You thought he won by points. So he exceeded your expectations.
Yeah, I guess you can say that. I thought that Ugas would be tough to stop. I mean, he was tough. I mean, let's keep it real. He was very tough, but I think that he would be able to survive it. Yeah. And so with that being said, and let me make it clear too, like I'm a Errol Spence in 147. Errol Spence is like he's my favorite fighter. I do like Bud a lot stylistically. He's a pleasure to watch. But Errol's my man. Like I'll just let everyone know that. But he did impress me on his ability to dismantle Ugas the way that he did. And I say that because I absolutely refused to accept the idea that Ugas wasn't shit. And Ugas' victory over Pacquiao didn't mean shit.
Exactly.
And I get really infuriated when people shrug their shoulders, especially Bud fans, and they say, "Oh, come on, bro! Like Ugas ain't all that, though." Like, oh, but y'all weren't saying that when Pacquiao whooped Keith Thurman's ass.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Pacquiao was beating fucking Keith Thurman all across the ring. Y'all talking about, oh damn, Pacquiao, he still got it, this, that, and whatever. And then you were talking shit about Keith Thurman, and Keith Thurman went in a hiatus. He disappeared for fucking 3 years because he got his ass beat. And then Pacquiao comes back and fights Ugas, and Ugas beat that ass.
Yeah, he and just one last thing, because I'm not commenting on your show, Divine. Just allow me to ask this one last thing to Jimmy real quick, because I have to, because we went at it last time. Jimmy, what was your thing evaluating his performance, and what do you think of him calling Terrence Crawford out after the fight? Because I've been on many panels, people were saying that, oh, he was not going to call him out, he was scared, he didn't want to fight. And all I said was that he's getting all the belts on his side of the street, then go over to Bud's side of the street afterwards. What do you think about that?
No, first of all, I want to say it was a good performance by Errol. It was a very dominant performance. I always favored him to win because I felt like he was the more dynamic athlete and the more gifted, talented, technical boxer, right? As far as being versatile. Um, Younger, bigger, stronger. I really didn't know what version of Errol would get because of the layoffs and the injuries, and it just kept happening over and over again. But no, he looked good. He looked strong. I was impressed. This is the best Errol's looked in years. Um, so yeah, I thought it was a really good win. Yeah, man. I mean,
And
obviously, if and
after the
yeah,
fight,
obviously he called out Bud Crawford. Yeah, let's get it on, bro. That's the fight the world wants. I feel like the welterweight division needs it. Boxing needs it. And at this point, I feel like it's getting a little stale because, like Derek James keeps pointing out, Bud Crawford is 35. His athletic ability is going. So I hope this fight happens this year because if it don't happen this year, I mean, who really cares at this point? It's been 5 years.
I,
Like,
okay, and now the fight breaks out, Jimmy, because see, I don't know if you were saying this, but remember how I told you, I said that Earl was going to call out Terrence Bud Crawford after the fight, that he was not scared, that he was just getting a bit side. But you argue with me for hours. You were going at it, talking about how how Earl's scared and how Bud's a better boxer. Well, you may still feel that way, but all these other different
oh,
things.
I think he's scared. Yeah. Yep.
But see, but
No,
how?
because
Okay, this is what I'm saying. So to the topic of the video, to the title of the video, how if
yep.
if anybody's holding up negotiations right now, it's Bud. Why? Because Bud just came out talking about, oh, it's not going to happen in Texas. At the end of the day, if
Yep.
Earl wants it to happen in Texas, it's going to happen in Texas. If that's what he wants, I don't know what he wants, but
Sure.
he's the A side. So why is Bud
Okay.
saying, "Oh, it's not going to happen in Texas"? I want a neutral playing field. Listen, when Floyd fought De La Hoya, you had to capitulate. When all these B side
Mm.
fighters got to fight the A side fighter, they got to capitulate. So why is Bud stating, "Oh, it's not going to happen in Texas"? Is that not a fair point?
I mean, I don't think there's a fair point, and let me rebuttal to you because you made several points, right? And I'll address them, right? First of all, Errol Spence is not Oscar De La Hoya, and Bud Crawford is 35 years old. Is not a Floyd Mayweather coming up trying to be a superstar. This is the biggest fight for both men, bro. And $20 tickets in Texas and 150,000 buys on pay-per-view, bro. That'll make you a rock star. Number one. Number two, bro. I feel like, look, man, we have to go back in time now, right? You're saying the whole side of the street. That's not what happened, bro. And Bud Crawford confronted him in the hallway and said this. He said, "You told me to get a belt. I've got a belt. What's good?" What did Errol Spence do? He started laughing and said, "Oh, easy road Porter. He's got a belt. And oh, by the way, Mikey Garcia is an option." Like, come on, bro. Like, we're not gonna sit here and pretend like these things didn't happen. But and obviously Derek James is talking about Bud Crawford, his athleticism is slipping. So it makes me look at them sideways. Like, okay, so you guys will be playing the long game. Like, Errol's 31, Bud 35. Obviously, time favors Errol Spence, right? A lot of fans pressured Errol Spence for this fight. They were trolling him on Twitter, on Instagram, all that stuff. And as far as the A side, bro, if Sean Porter, who Errol Spence called a fucking undercard fighter, didn't have to go to Texas, right? They did it on neutral playing field. Why would Bud Crawford go to Texas? This is the biggest fight as far as legacy and money on the table for Errol Spence, right?
I gotta
let me.
Divine. Can I respond after you? Because I gotta
Right.
rebuttal that.
Yeah. Hold your thought. I won't take long. So pause on that just for a moment. And I got a simple question for Jimmy.
Yeah, mate.
At 147 right now,
Yep.
who's the top dog?
The top dog at 147 right now is Terrence Crawford.
See, you see what I'm talking about. This is the logic. This is the logic that Terrence Bud Crawford fans bring.
Let me
All right, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me take it with hey, look, we asked a question, he gave an answer, so that's fine. So
Can I
my
explain why,
reply to that would be, and I think you're telling the truth. I don't think you're trolling, which I'll give you that credit. I think you truly believe that. So my then question to that would be, how is it possible that Terrence Crawford is a top dog at 147 when he literally just got there? And Spence has been dominating the division for years. And not only that,
Look, I
has
mean,
more belts, has more accomplishments, has been beating, and sometimes with fantastic fashion, the top 147 pounders available. How is Bud?
sure.
Now, we're not talking about pound for pound. We're talking about who is the best fighter, the top dog at 147 right now. So you have to now state your case on why you think it's Terrence and not Errol.
Sure. Look, I respect your opinion, to be honest. I mean, you've got a very good case here. He's got more belts. He's a career welterweight. And my thing is this, though. A lot of people, a lot of fans, respected journalists, and even publications, right, and media platforms, they have Crawford as the number one fighter in all of boxing. How can you be the number one fighter in all of boxing if you're not even the top guy in your own weight class? So I feel like that's not like Errol Spence has never been a consensus top three pound for pound. Bud's been on the list for about 5 years, right? He's a three division undisputed champion. And as far as the whole resume thing, let's look at the three top wins, right? Spencer's got Brook, Porter, and Ugas, and Bud's got Horn, Brook, and Porter. I'll be honest, the difference isn't that much. Both guys have got wins over Brook and Porter.
We're not talking about pound for pound.
Exactly.
That's a different conversation. Because if they fight, they're going to be fighting at 147 for undisputed at 147. There's no such thing as fighting for a pound for pound belt. They're fighting for 147 undisputed, right?
Okay,
so with that being said, last point here, Leonard. With that being said, is that then makes Errol Spence a side, bro. Because you can't say, oh, well, but Bud's higher on the pound for pound list, so that makes him a side. Errol is the king at 147, and you can't dispute that. So how are you going to undermine the dude that has been dominating that division and say, oh, well, all your accomplishments at the division don't mean shit because, oh, I've moved up different weight classes, so therefore I'm a side. Like, that doesn't work. Like, you're stepping into the kingdom of Errol Spence when you go to 147 to challenge him for his belts. That's the way I feel about it. Go ahead.
Okay, and in response, see, this is what they always do when I bring up an example. No, Terrence Crawford is not for the Oscar. No, Errol Spence is not for the Oscar. We know that. But what my point is that there's an A side and B side. There's almost always been an A side and B side in boxing. If you want to give you a better example, let's just use what we just talked about, Haney and Kambosos. Right now, they're giving Kambosos the A side, and now Haney got to be the B side. There's always an A side and B side to boxing. And you see, what you like to do, you like to be a revisionist of history. That is not necessarily what had happened. See, what had happened was when Terrence Bud Crawford and Errol Spence had that confrontation, it was actually Errol Spence who came to the fight knowing Terrence Crawford was going to be there. But people don't talk about that. Now, what had happened was Terrence Bud Crawford found out that Errol was going to be there to confront him, and he saw him first, and he went up to him. But the person who actually went to the fight in order to confront somebody was Errol Spence. But they don't talk about that. And number three, at the end of the day, Errol Spence, you try to say that, that he's pressured from the fans in order for him to fight Terrence Bud Crawford. That's not true either. It was Errol Spence who stated from day one to his face, hey, bro, I have a plan. I'm going to clean up my side of the street, get all these belts, and go fight you. He said that multiple times. You can look it up on YouTube online. There's receipts for this. These are all facts. Everything I'm saying, you can look up for yourself. I'm not lying. So we have to deal with the facts. We can deal with the facts. And lastly, hold on, I'm not finished. I let you speak. Get the last 2 points out. Derek James, they're talking about, you said, people say, he knows that Terrence Bud Crawford is fading with athleticism, so now Earl can beat him. First of all, Derek James was always stated athleticism is fleeting. He's not it wasn't during that interview. That was his first interview stating that. He said in the past that Errol Spence, athleticism is fleeting. When you get older, you got to learn fundamentals. That's why Errol Spence is such a fundamental fighter. And lastly, you made it something that was not true. First of all, Errol Spence sold 240,000 pay-per-view buys, and 40,000 people were in the building for that fight. You said only 20,000, something like that. So you're revising history, and all these things I'm saying are researchable facts, by the way. So you can look these things up. I'm not going off a narrative. These are all things that are researchable facts. So again, lastly, this is the last thing I'll say. when it comes to Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford at 147, because they're not fighting at any weight, they're fighting at 147. Errol Spence is the A side, and he's done more work. He's a bigger star, and he's done more work in that division where they're going to be fighting. So at the end of the day, it is going to have to be Terrence Crawford that is going to have to capitulate to Errol Spence. I rest my case.
Yeah, my thing is this though. Here's the biggest problem. I mean, look, he took the belt off Sean Porter once Keith Thurman vacated it. I think Bud Crawford would have happily fought Porter when he had the belt, right? Why fight a beltless Porter? Would it have not have been better to fight Porter when he had the belt? Here's the thing. Sean Porter chose to fight Errol Spence instead, right? I don't think that's Bud's fault. Ugas, that was an in-house fight with PBC. Again, I feel like, okay, Errol Spence did do heavy lifting, but here's the problem. In no time in history was Sean Porter or Ugas ever ranked ahead of Terrence Crawford. So everyone he fought were guys below Terrence Crawford, right? Sean Porter in no universe was ahead of Terrence Crawford on the pound-for-pound or the welterweight list. I know he beat Danny Garcia for Keith Thurman's vacant belt. Yeah, that's great. Ugas as well, bro. He was not ahead of Terrence Crawford. So all these guys you mentioned, like Ugas and Porter, none of these guys have ever been ranked ahead of Terrence Bud Crawford, ever. On the welterweight rankings or the pound-for-pound rankings. So when Bud Crawford, when Spence was, in his own words, taking the easy route, that's what he did, bro. These were not prolific champions.
Bud hasn't been ranked in 147 until recently because he wasn't in the division.
But Jimmy, what you're saying is true that Earl did take the easier route, but what does that have to do with A side, B side? At the end of the day, you just stated that he's fought better competition at welterweight. So what does that have to? That still proves the point. What are you arguing about?
Both their best wins are Sean Porter at welterweight, right? So
that's debatable. That's debatable.
That's very debatable.
You can say Ugas. I mean, you could say Ugas very debatable because you got Keith Thurman who beat Sean Porter and Pacquiao who beat Keith Thurman and Ugas who beat Pacquiao. That's debatable.
Lost to Sean Porter, right?
Who?
Sean Porter. A 43-year-old Manny Pacquiao coming off a 2-year retirement. Come on, bro.
I'm just saying that
2-year semi-retirement.
I'm just saying on paper. I'm just saying on paper, Ugas was his best win on paper. If you're just talking about on paper. I see what you're saying. I'm not saying that Pacquiao was in his prime. I'm not saying that.
Also, Terrence Crawford never fought Ugas. So it's like...
Bro, Ugas lost to Sean Porter. You do know that, right?
Hey, he did. But who did Sean Porter lose to?
Ugas.
Who did Sean Porter lose to, Jimmy? Before that?
He lost to a lot of people. Bud Crawford knocked him out.
Did he lose to Keith Thurman? Yes or no?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said it's debatable. I see what you're saying. Pacquiao wasn't in his prime. I give you that. But all I'm saying is on paper, technically his best win is Ugas, especially when you consider the circumstances. 17 months left.
It's so funny how we use like Pacquiao, right? Like, a Hall of Famer, whatever. Like, I give him all the respect in the world. He'll be on my Hall of Fame list. But it just kind of irritates me a little bit, right? Because we talk about, Pacquiao out of his prime, and I'm not saying he wasn't. I'm not saying that he wasn't. But this dude literally smacked up Keith Thurman, man. And not only that, Manny Pacquiao, for me, it's simple, right? You look at Spence's resume. Look at the names that are on his resume. Starting with, we don't even have to go down as far as Chris Van Heerden. We can go even further up. He's got Kell Brook on there. He's got Lamont Peterson on there. He's got Carlos Ocampo on there. He's got Marky Garcia on there. He's got Sean Porter on there. He's got Danny Garcia on there. And then he's got Ugas on there.
Exactly. We're not even talking about the belts.
Like, bro, at 147, Bud is light years behind Errol Spence. I don't give a damn that, he beat, he beat Keith Thurman at a certain time, so it don't matter. Oh, he beat Danny Garcia at a certain time, so it don't matter. Or he beat Kell Brook at a certain time, it don't matter. It doesn't matter. The fact is that he fought them. They're on his resume. And he beat them. Sometimes he KO'd them.
Yeah. And especially when you consider the circumstances in which he did it. I mean, he wasn't completely out of it. Can we agree, Jimmy, can we agree on this? that when somebody steps in for a 17-month layoff, they're more than likely not going to be at their best. Correct or incorrect?
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Okay, so with that being just in general, with that being said, you got to give him some credit. And at the end of the day,
Mm,
people like to shit on Mikey Garcia. And yes, he was coming up
mm,
some weight classes, so it wasn't like a plus type of win. But we got to be fair here. Let's be fair. Mikey Garcia was a top rated, top 10 pound for pound fighter, and Earl beat him, dominated him. So all I'm saying is this: at the end of the day, I don't see not one top 10 pound for pound fighter that Terrence Bud Crawford beat. Let's be real here.
he did. Yorkis
Who?
Gamboa. Listen, I'll tell you, man. When you fought Yorkis Gamboa, Gamboa actually was on the pound for pound list. He was an undefeated three division champion, Olympic gold medalist.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I
When
forgot about Gamboa. I'm sorry. You're right.
Yeah, but
yeah,
Gamboa
yeah,
doesn't
and
really
I'll
age.
give you I'll give
Age.
you credit for Gamboa, but god damn, did he look like shit the last
I mean,
fight?
let's be. I mean, people like to talk
That
about Errol
was
Spence.
Gamboa
terrible.
doesn't
Errol
age
Spence.
well.
They say Errol Spence was the weight bully with Mikey Garcia, but they never bring up Terrence Crawford being the weight bully to Gamboa.
he didn't bring Gamboa.
But like, no, like wait
When did
bullies
I
Gamboa
mean,
box up
in boxing.
bro, like even Manny Pacquiao didn't look that bad when he lost to Ugas. I mean, Gamboa looked like absolute. And all respect to him, man. I hate to say this, but he looked fucking terrible. That I mean,
Uh,
I guess it's another. I guess it's another topic at hand. You got to call it for what it is when it happened and during the time, and he beat Gamboa. I get you, but that just wasn't a good look. And it's this is why we tell fighters stop.
Yeah, just
Like
stop
you're
fighting.
done.
yeah.
Because it's a huge blemish on your resume and your legacy when you go out like that.
Hmm. Yeah.
As
Yeah.
much as we
See, like,
love
10 years ago.
Muhammad Ali, not just for what he did in the ring, but outside the ring, I think that's what makes him a legend is what he did outside the ring. But when he got beat up by Larry Holmes,
Yeah, that was
that devastated people to see that. Right? So how do we not learn from history, man? And to see Gamboa get smacked up like that against Pitbull Cruz was horrific. Like
Absolutely.
it did not entertain me at all.
Yeah.
I felt bad.
also from what I heard is that I think Gamboa actually had like a short notice on that fight too. So it's like
And that was also after almost close to a year's layoff, or around a year's layoff. I'm just saying. Again, I'm not. We can be fair, Jimmy. Let's just be fair here. Who was a better fighter at the point they fought him? Was it Mikey Garcia fighting Errol Spence or Gamboa fighting Crawford?
Okay, so Gamboa was an established lightweight and the interim champion, right? Mikey was moving up two full divisions, right? I just lost to Sandine Martin, a fucking cab driver from Spain. So I mean, it's debatable. I feel like Mikey
But
Garcia. I mean, I'll be honest. Errol Spence didn't look great against Mikey Garcia. If you're this big bad monster, why are you going the distance with a lightweight? Bro, that's embarrassing. If that was
okay,
Bud, he would have decapitated Mikey.
okay. Let me respond to 2 points that you said. First of all, when a fighter loses to another fighter, oftentimes if they're undefeated, they may or may not be the same. It's very easy to say, "Oh, this person lost to this person after the fight," but up until that fight, up
Yep.
to the point they fought that current person, you can't use people after the fight. That's not fair. You know what I'm saying? That's like
Like,
so many. That's like so
when
many
Spence
fighters after.
fought Brook.
That's hold on. That's like so many fighters that Floyd fought and that he beat, and they weren't the same afterwards. So we can't like Ricky Hatton. I mean, are we gonna discredit his Ricky Hatton win? Because after Floyd beat him, he looked like dog shit. After Ricky Hatton was fighting for after he
I
fought
thought he
Floyd.
looked good against Paulie.
So
I thought he
let's be
beat the
real
shit.
here. And number two, what was the other point you said? You said first of all, okay. This is another thing I like because I love to use Floyd because he's a perfect example. Everybody knows. Listen, Floyd
Yep.
didn't knock out a lot of his guys. Now I give it to you.
Yep.
Up until that point, people thought that Earl Spence was some one punch devastating puncher, and he's not. He has enough pop, good pop, but he's not, no George Foreman or nothing. But let's be real here. He did not drop a round against arguably a top 5 rated pound for pound fighter. During that time, he did not lose a round against him and completely shut him out. That is impressive.
Yeah.
Even Floyd did the same thing against fighters, right? So just because you don't get the knockout doesn't mean you can't look just as impressive outboxing somebody because skills pay the bills.
Yeah, I think
That's all I
it's
want
not
to say.
fair. It's not fair to compare Floyd to Errol because 2 points. Floyd's a slick technical boxer, and Floyd's in his fourth weight division. Errol's a monster welterweight, and he's in his physical prime, an aggressive guy. Errol Spence didn't make his star power off of back foot slick boxing. Floyd Mayweather is a completely different style. Errol Spence is a pressure hunt you down style. So yeah, man,
But
I thought
that's
it was a
not the but Jimmy, that's not the point. I'm not comparing the boxing style. I'm not comparing the accomplishments. What I'm comparing is the fact that Floyd was able to beat dudes high on
A
his
side or B side.
exactly. He was able to
That's what
beat
we're
dudes
talking about.
outboxing them. That's the point. Sugar Ray Leonard was able to beat dudes outboxing them. So what are you talking
okay.
about?
Can I ask you a
There's
question?
certain fighters that can knock people out, and there's certain fighters who can completely outbox their ass. Both were impressive.
Sure. What's more impressive, though, a smaller guy in Bud Crawford moving up and knocking out bigger guys, or Errol Spence, a bigger guy, going the distance with smaller guys?
Now, as far as talking about knockout, yes, I think he should have been able to possibly get the knockout. But let's also not throw away the fact that Mikey Garcia was surviving in there, and Earl was not at his best. We saw because you see this narrative gets killed as soon as Earl Spence knocked out Ugas or stopped Ugas. So which one is it? Is it that he has no power, or is it that that particular fight
Man,
wasn't at his best?
man,
Which
fuck
one
that.
is it?
Spence has devastating power. Like,
Don't discredit Mikey Garcia, man.
I'm
I
not.
under
I'm not.
I under
I'm
no,
not.
yeah,
I'm
well, you
saying
just read
I,
again.
I'm saying
I'm
that
not.
I understand that he moved up and weight and all that, but Mikey was dominating in his weight class,
He
bro.
was. Yo,
Like
Mikey Garcia
to
just
the
got finished
points
beating the shit
where
out of Robert Easter, who's taller and rangier than Earl.
right. I mean,
Would
and
Mikey
Mikey
go the distance with Bud?
talking about pound for pound, Mikey has to be on that list too if you want to get technical. At
I
one
think
point, not now, but by the
not now.
time he moved up, when he moved up to fight Earl,
He
he's
was
in the
top five.
conversation because he was dominating his weight class.
He was. I think he was top five rated during that time. Correct. If people in the comments,
He was
please.
a top
About,
five.
huh?
He was top 10. I'm saying he was top 10. Would Mikey go the distance with Bud Crawford?
No, but and I think Terrence Bud Crawford stopped him, but that's just stylistically. You know what I'm saying?
All
Like
right.
for example, when Foreman fought Joe Frazier, he destroyed him. But what happened when Muhammad Ali fought Foreman? He knocked him out. Again, styles do make fights, and we saw that we saw Joe Frazier go the distance multiple times with Muhammad Ali and push him. What I'm saying is, some
Okay.
fighters can get the knockout, some fighters have the stylistic advantage, and some fighters just outbox you. That's just the way it is. Both are impressive,
Yeah.
correct or incorrect,
Yeah, because every style is like
different.
very different. So it's
Very,
like,
very true. That's what I'm saying.
I
yeah,
mean,
just
when I
because Errol
look at
Spence,
yeah, go ahead, K. Rob, my bad.
yeah, like I was just gonna chime in to say, just because Errol Spence doesn't get knockouts on top tier fighters, that doesn't mean he could still knock those people out. It's just that Errol Spence, depending on his current status of what he had to go through at that time frame, that's really, like the main reason why he wasn't able to perform the way he wanted to perform. Because, let's just say, but the Errol Spence of that had fought Lamont Peterson in the past, if he had done that to a guy like Sean Porter or Mikey Garcia, or I probably even say Kell Brook, but in a worser fashion, then Errol Spence, he would definitely be viewed as like a bigger like a deadlier threat. But the thing is that Errol Spence has been through so many wars to the point where things haven't gone his way. Leading up to his car accident, where
Yeah,
he wasn't able to be at his supreme best. So
yeah. Are we
him,
gonna pretend that didn't happen? Like the
Exactly.
dude, the
yeah,
dude got flung out of a fucking like sports car like 200 feet and walked away from it. You
It
know,
was
like
off of a
and then on
14
top of
month
eh,
that,
layoff.
all the Bud, like how should I say, like Bud fans that hate Errol Spence, they were ultimately shitting on him, trying to say, oh, EJ should have died, Errol Spence should have never came back, and they were just like just a straight up talking all that fucking shit to say Errol shouldn't have ever came back. He doesn't look the same, and for some weird reason, those same people didn't want to call for that fight for him and Crawford to fight ever since he came back from the car accident fighting Danny Garcia. So I guess like the thing is that Errol Spence has been doing better than every single other
Yeah.
top welterweight at the time frame when he had
And
gone
that's
through the car accident.
and
So
that's a huge
Yeah.
fight to take after a car accident, bro.
Yeah,
Like
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Danny is not Danny has always been in the top like 3 in the division.
yeah,
Like
Well, during that time, he wasn't top 3, but I mean, you can make an argument he was top 5 during that time. During that
oh,
time,
like there's no I mean shit, I have him in the top 3. I don't give a fuck.
because
But yeah,
Jerron Ennis was still up
top
and coming.
5 is
Virgil Ortiz,
like
yeah.
not even a debate. But that's
Yeah.
a huge fight to take coming off a car accident, bro. Like here, my thing is this, right? Because Bud people say, "Oh, well, don't make excuses." Okay, well, what happened? What if that happened to Bud then?
Exactly.
What if Bud had a car accident? Would you guys keep that same energy? Like if Bud had a car accident and he come back, would he fight the same tier level fighter that Earl did by fighting Danny Garcia?
It depends how highly you rank Danny Garcia at welterweight. Me personally, I don't think he's really done anything at the weight outside of beating a washed-up Robert Guerrero for a vacant belt. Um,
Well, he's
loses.
definitely more established at 140. I give you that. But
Yeah.
at 147, like the thing is that he moved up in weight and he hasn't been stopped. Danny's never been stopped. He's never been put down.
Absolutely. And Jim, let me say this because I know you want to get your piece back, get your response. Let me just say this though.
Yep.
Could it be during the time Earl fought him? Was he at least not? You could make an argument he was a top 5 welterweight because during that time you had Earl, Bud, Pacquiao, Ugas hadn't won his belt yet against Pacquiao. Ennis and Jerron was still up. Jerron Ennis and Virgil Ortiz were still upcoming. You could have made an argument. You put Keith Thurman there, or you could have put Sean Porter or Danny Garcia. It could have been a toss up. Could you not make an argument that he was top 5 pound for pound during that time? I mean, excuse me. Sorry, I just said some bullshit. Top 5 welterweight during that time.
Okay, so the order would go Keith Thurman, Manny Pacquiao, Bud Crawford, Errol Spence, and Sean Porter, right? So no, he wouldn't be in the top 5. Sean Porter
I said you can make an argument.
I don't think you could because he lost to Keith Thurman and Sean Porter, and no one would pick him over Bud. Spence was unified, right? And Pacquiao was still around. I mean,
All right. So
again, I don't rate.
No. Keith Thurman had lost. Remember, Keith Thurman had lost to Pacquiao.
hold up.
During that time, remember?
We listen. We can go back and forth about the resumes. Like, there's no point, right? Really. I mean, I think, to me, I don't really care what Jimmy or any other person says in regards to Errol Spence's resume at 147.
Oh yeah, no.
I don't give a shit. Like, if you want to say Bud is higher on the pound for pound, fine, because I'll give you that because he's 135, 140. He's done his thing. He's got belts. Cool. But we're talking about 147. For me, it's just not. It's not worthy of a debate.
Oh no,
in
no,
my
no,
opinion.
No.
But
Yeah,
let me.
it's not worthy of debate, Ron. I was just saying that. I want to. Keith Thurman had lost during that time.
Well, no, but I'm saying Jimmy's saying that Crawford should be the A side. So,
No, I think it
my
should be
man.
Cole. Yeah.
So let me ask a more
because
simple. Let me ask more of a simple question, because Jimmy may be the only one on the panel who thinks that Bud's A side. I'm assuming, Jimmy, that you think Bud's going to win the fight as well, right?
Mate, it's not A side. I think they need each other. So it's kind of like when Mike Tyson fought Lennox Lewis, it was Cole side. I think they're both equal, to be honest. It's the biggest fight for both
so you're
men.
saying it should be 50-50?
Yep.
That doesn't even make it. How they equal?
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. All right, 50-50. Okay. But just answer my question real quick so I can switch gears. So you think Bud's going to beat Spence, yes?
Yeah, I'll destroy Spence, yeah.
He'll destroy Spence. Okay. I'm glad you emphasized that. All right. So I think you may be the only one on the panel that thinks that, but there are other people in the chat from what I'm seeing that also agree with you, Jimmy. So we'll keep the conversation rolling for the time being. So my question is this for you, Jimmy, and for those Bud supporters in the chat. Why is Earl not accepting 50-50 in your opinion? And or why do you think Earl is afraid of Bud in your opinion, Jimmy?
I think, look, it's kind of tough to say because, he took 50-50 against much lesser fighters like Sean Porter, Mikey Garcia. It's rumored even Ugas was 50-50. So is Bud Crawford that much beneath him, like in the gutters somewhere where he needs to shut up and take 80-20? And, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like it's the
not
biggest
80-20,
fight for
bro.
both.
Come on. It's never been 80-20.
No, but that's what
Exactly.
Spence was saying.
No,
That's what Spence was
He said
saying.
it's 60-40, 70-30.
And 80-20
He
and
said
the
a lot.
80 was a joke,
Yeah.
by the
My
way.
thing
But
is,
fine.
if Sean Porter, who Errol Spence called, in his own words, an undercard fighter, Ugas, I mean, come on, man. Mikey Garcia, a fight no one wanted.
But you wouldn't. But you shouldn't have a problem with Porter being 50-50. Porter is a bona fide welterweight, and that's a hell of a fight to make at welterweight. And in case in point, right? And I understand you're saying, okay, well, Bud is just as equal, if not better, than Porter. But again, I think
Way
you
better.
get sidetracked at the about the conversation being that it's at 147 and who has accomplished more at the weight class for longer. Porter, although yes, Bud beat Porter. Congratulations. And I give Bud credit for that. But Porter is more established at the weight class, has been at the weight class, has been a champion at the weight class, and therefore deserves more of an opportunity to get 50-50. Now, Mikey Garcia is another conversation. We'll leave that to the side for now. But my thing is this. My thing is this, right? My thing is this. When it comes to the purse split, it shouldn't be an issue for Bud, and I'll tell you why. Forget about resume. Forget about pound for pound. Forget about notoriety. Forget about who would sell more of an arena or pay-per-view sales. Forget about all that shit. That shit doesn't even matter because it's subjective and it's opinion-based. And quite frankly, promotional companies, boxing fans, we don't know. We really don't know who has the star power. Even if you want to compare numbers, you really don't know. It's like, who's a bigger draw, Mike Tyson or Lennox Lewis? It's like you really don't know. But let me say this. Let me. Mike Tyson is because heavyweight. He knocks dudes out.
That's what I'm saying.
But a lot. But Lennox was a fan favorite too, though. Don't get it twisted.
No, absolutely.
A lot of people respect and appreciated Lennox, and he helped sell that fight just as much as Tyson did. And Tyson was a guy going through all kinds of shit at the time, and Lennox had to sell that fight to make it seem like this is still a credible fight. But let's not get sidetracked. I'll tell you why it doesn't matter about the purse split at 60-40. I believe that 60-40 is completely fair, and I'll tell you why. Because if you're Bud, you're so supremely confident, and I'm going off of what Bud has said in interviews, which a lot of Spence fans won't give Bud credit for. But I've heard Bud speak, and I'll give him credit. He's supremely confident, according to him. Errol Spence ain't shit. I'm better. I'm more skilled. I'm pound for pound, and I'll prove it. Cool. So I'm going to take your word for it. And by taking your word for it, that would mean this. I'm going to swallow my pride just for a moment, and I'm going to allow you to have this 60-40 because we're both going to get paid regardless. This is a mega fight. We're both in the multi-millions at this point, right? We're both going to make millions. Rather it's 1 to fucking 12 million, we're going to get paid, even at 60-40. This is a legacy fight. I ain't fighting for I'm not fighting for money. This is a legacy fight. I'm going to beat your ass because I know I can beat it. But I tell you what, Errol Spence, when I beat that ass, you're going to want a rematch.
Pause.
And I'm going to give you that rematch, and it's going to be in Omaha, Nebraska, and I'm going to take 60-40. Better yet, I might want to take 70-30.
Or 80-20.
80-20.
80-20. If you agree to those terms, If you agree to those terms, then I'll sign the contract right now for 60-40 for the first fight, wherever the hell you want to fight, because it don't matter. I'm going to whoop your ass regardless, pause, and I don't care. Right?
Whoop it.
See,
That's it. And so for Bud to say, man, shit, because when you say, man, it's got to be at least 50-50, or I should be 60-40 because I'm on the pound for pound list. I'm regarded by a lot of people to be pound for pound, or whatever his reasoning is. To me, that is doubt. You have doubt. And if you're going to lose the fight, you're going to make sure you're going to get paid for it.
But also, like,
response.
Doesn't that cut both ways though? Because Errol Spence was more than happy to give Mikey Uga Porter, Danny Garcia saying that was 45-55. I mean, he's foaming at the mouth to give everyone 50-50 apart from Bud. So if anyone's got doubt, just based on
what
that
I'm saying is this, Jimmy. Jimmy, you keep going backwards.
Okay,
let's talk about the present.
So that had different contractual negotiations to it. Like, you don't know like what happened behind closed doors between those people. So therefore, we can't really talk about that. That's PBC's like a side of the business versus any other fight.
Why not?
Absolutely, and Jimmy and Jimmy also responded to this because if you really want to bring up, he gave Mikey Garcia 50-50, and Sean Porter 50-50. Okay, first of all, you got to go back in time because during that time, Errol Spence was an avoided fighter. Nobody wanted to fight him. Other than Terrence, hold on. Other than Terrence Crawford, which Earl already told him he had a plan. So nobody on the PBC wanted to fight him. And what happened with Mikey Garcia being a big draw in boxing himself and bringing that Mexican fan base. You all know race sells in boxing. Mexican versus black. That sells in boxing. And what happened was they put on a show. They put on a mega fight. Mikey Garcia versus Errol Spence. That's his biggest pay-per-view to date. So with that being said,
that's true.
That's very true. So thank you. So it was beneficial for Earl at the end of the day to give Mikey Garcia 50-50 because during that time he was pretty much as big a name as Earl was. We all know that. So with that being said, we want to go on to Sean Porter. Even after he beat Sean Porter, people still weren't Mikey Garcia. People still weren't lining up to fight Earl. It's Sean Porter. PBC had to make that fight with Sean Porter and make it a unification. It wasn't really till after he fought Sean Porter and then struggled with Sean Porter, quote unquote, and got into a car wreck due to circumstances that people were we're really lining up to fight him. Or calling his name out. Let's be real here.
That's a fantastic point about Mikey Garcia. But I got a question for Jimmy. Who is challenging who in this fight?
Okay, this is the thing though. A lot of people forget that Errol Spence is trying to become undisputed. Bud's already done it. So Errol's playing catch up, right? So this whole notion that he's the most accomplished guy, I don't agree with that.
Bro, don't sidestep my question real quick. Don't sidestep it. My question is simple. Who is challenging who in this fight?
They're both challenging for undisputed.
No.
See what they do.
Who is stepping up to challenge? Who's got the most belts at 147?
Errol Spence.
Correct. So who is challenging who? Bud, I'll answer it for you. Bud is challenging Errol Spence to take his belts with an S, plural, to become undisputed.
Look, I made this.
Earl is not challenging Bud for one belt because, quite frankly, Earl, if you want to be technical, Earl can fight whoever he wants at 147.
Yeah, he's been doing that for 5 years. Yep.
Okay, but you keep saying who's more. You keep saying who's more accomplished. Go ahead, bro. Guys, you be winning. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. That was better. Who's going to speak? Go ahead, bro.
What do you mean for 5 years though? You know that Bud's only been at welterweight since late 2018.
Go ahead, guys.
Terrence Crawford's been holding up 147.
and Jimmy,
Who's the thing that got into a car crash though? I don't remember Crawford getting drunk and getting into a car crash, bro. Stepping out for 2 years. That was Errol Spence. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh,
Errol
so now we want to get
has
so
been
so
beating
so
everybody since then.
okay. So now you want to get personal. Fine, let's go there.
No.
We're not talking.
He's
We're
saying
not
Bud
talking.
held
No,
the
no, 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 no,
division.
no, 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 no. No,
I'm
because
asking you.
people love to bring on his personal. Okay, fine. If you want to do that, we can do that. That was a mistake. But let's also bring up Terrence Bud Crawford's personal life, playing craps in the street, doing illegal gambling, and getting shot in his head, almost getting killed. Are we gonna bring that up? Are you gonna bring that up, Jimmy?
He's a gangster, bro.
Are we
he's
gonna
had guns
bring that up?
pulled on him.
How
Are we gonna bring that up?
he said Bud
On
held
top
the
of that,
division.
he's been
And
fucking
I said,
like
how
you
can
know
you
other
say that
things
when Errol Spence
too.
has fought twice in 3 years? Like, come on, man. You can't say Bud has held up the division when Errol Spence has been out for 2 years at a time because, I mean, he can't control his booze.
If
All right,
He
so how about
wasn't
Jimmy?
controlling his
was
booze, but
never-
now he is.
Jimmy, how about this? How about this, Jimmy? How about and I hear you. I hear you. You're saying, he's been inactive. He got a car accident. That's on him. He put the division on hold. Blah da 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 da. Like that. I won't dispute that. But let me say this. One little extra thing. One little kind of side note that I'm going to say real quick, and then I'm going to get into my bigger point. The side note is this. Y'all remember how the lead up towards Spence Pacquiao, right? People literally thought that Pacquiao was going to beat Spence. A lot of people thought that. We saw what Ugas did to Pacquiao. What do we seriously think that Spence would have done to Pacquiao?
I think he would have destroyed Manny.
It wouldn't have been pretty.
Yeah,
It wouldn't have been pretty, right? And I just wanted to throw that out there because Pacquiao continues to be thrown into the conversation as he was retired and he was no longer in his prime, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the bigger point I want to make to this, and this is more of an irritant, but I think it's relevant. I don't understand for the life of me, even if I wanted to be completely unbiased and not have a horse in this race and say, I don't really like or necessarily like either one of these fighters. I just want to see the fight happen. What Bud did recently makes it very difficult for me to take that stance. And what I'm talking about is Bud not showing up to Spence and Ugas. When Spence showed up to Crawford Porter, Spence has given multiple interviews before the fight and even after the fight. And I don't care what anybody says about, Bud said that he had shit to do. There's nothing bigger than being at the fight to let the people know what you think and feel about, number one, the fight that you just saw. Because let's be honest, Spence fought a guy that you haven't fought yet. I'm not saying it's Bud's fault, but that's fact. And not only did he fight him, he beat him down. So I want to hear your thoughts about the fight in person, in real time. And then I want to hear you say out of your mouth that your victory over Ugas ain't shit because I'm cut from a different cloth. I'm going to beat your ass regardless. Send me the contract. That's what I want to hear. And that didn't happen. It didn't even come close to happening. As a matter of fact, he got caught on TikTok because his boy was filming Bud Crawford watching the fight live, but I thought the man was busy. Now, this is what I'm telling you, Jimmy, is that even if I've stayed away from this topic quite a bit in comparison to other channels out here. But when Bud did that, I said, hell no. That's what I said. Hell fucking no. That's like the ultimate sign to say, this dude has got some shit up his sleeves. I don't know what it is, but he's not showing me that he really wants to fight when he says that. And not only that, to put the punctuation to this point, when Errol dismantled Ugas and busted his eye socket and stopped him, he made it abundantly clear that, Crawford, I'm coming for you. Sign the contract. Now, that's some old school shit for you right there. That is what we do outside of social media to make it clear that this is the guy that I want. To me, that's suspect from Bud's part. And here we are going into late May. We're in mid-May, and we're going into late May, and we still don't know if this fight's going to happen.
And we
So
already
what do you
hear
gotta
Bud
say about
talking
that?
about Texas. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer your question. You have to, like, Bud Crawford, yeah, he's a very arrogant, stubborn guy. When he showed up to the Danny Garcia fight and they wouldn't let him into the ring, I think after that he was like, "Fuck it, I don't have to show up to a Spence fight." When Bud Crawford knocked out Porter, something Spence couldn't do. What did Spence do? He got up and ran out the arena. So
Yeah, but this
look,
is-
I get what you're saying. I personally would have liked it if Bud came to the fight. I agree with you, bro, 100%, no doubt. But Bud Crawford is a very stubborn guy. Like, when they wouldn't let him into the ring when he showed up to the Danny fight, the security actually blocked him from getting into the ring. Do you remember for the Danny Garcia fight? He actually pulled up
It was
to
his
Texas by
fans.
himself.
It was his fans. It was his fans, bro. It was Errol Spence fans. I'll hold him back.
Okay, they wouldn't let him into the ring. And Bud Crawford's a stubborn guy. He's not gonna, I don't know, man. Like, for me personally, I would have liked it. Yeah, I agree with you, bro, 100%. He should have came to the fight, helped hype it up. But I mean, the last time he showed up in Texas, they wouldn't let him in the ring. So for Bud to keep coming, I mean, come on, man. Like, the guy's 35 years old. Is he really gonna keep confronting Spence in hallways and pulling up in fights? I think
I'm
he's
not
just
But
asking
you,
him
you
to
keep
do
saying
that.
you keep saying
I'm
he's
not
confronting
asking
Spence. It was
him-
Spence who confronted him. Go ahead, Devin.
I'm not asking him to do that, bro. I'm not asking him to be a belligerent and run around and chase the man down like what's his name? Goddamn, slipped my mind. But let's go, champ. And
Shannon
go
Briggs.
to where he eats. Yeah, Shannon Briggs. I ain't saying he got to be like Shannon Briggs, but all you got to do is the most basic thing that any elite prize fighter should do when there's undisputed at play and the boxing fans are clamoring to have this fight is show up to the Uga Spence fight and make it known what you want. But instead, you're on TikTok. You're on TikTok, bro.
Exactly.
And your boy got exposed. Your boy got caught, and they took the video down. But we all saw it because
I
we're
think
diehard boxing fans.
Yeah, I think it was on Instagram, but yeah, Jimmy. I mean, yeah, Divine.
Bud's a stubborn guy,
And that's
why the fight's not happening.
Thank you.
That's why the fight's not happening, because he's
thank-
letting his stubbornness
His
and
pride.
his pride dictate the pathway to having this fight happen. So,
And Jimmy-
so
and
what?
Jimmy-
so who's
Jimmy-
at fault then? If you want to say, well, Bud's at fault because he's stubborn, then it's Bud's fault then.
And Jimmy, and here's a perfect,
No,
and
I
this is
think
going to be a
Bud's
perfect segue. This is a perfect segue into why one of the reasons why I favor Spencer beat Bud, because he's stubborn in that ring, and you cannot be stubborn against a high level inside fighter like this. But that's just my opinion. That's a whole other topic. But yeah,
I think he's done everything Spence asked. Spence told him to get a belt, to cross the street. He's done all of that. He's got,
Okay.
like he said in the Radio Raheem interview, he said, I'm ready, I've got a belt. I'm willing to cross the street. What's good? Like, all the demands that Errol Spence made when he was busy fighting guys that are running below Bud. It is what it is.
And it frustrates me, Jimmy. It frustrates me beyond belief because I'm not a Spence fanboy. He's my favorite fighter in the division. And what really infuriates me is that I like Bud a lot. I think he's a fantastic fighter. But I do not agree with his most recent moves, especially. And I don't even get into like keeping receipts on what people say and all that other shit. Y'all can go to BFTB. He be keeping receipts all day long. I don't got time for that. That's not how I conduct myself on my channel. But I go off of what I see with my own eyes. And I saw this man not show up to the fight. And I saw him on Instagram laughing like a little kid. You talking about a 35-year-old man. He's out there giggling after Spence broke this dude's eye socket and stopped Ugas. Like, it's just like, wait, what do you want me to think? What do you want the boxing fans to think? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how I feel about it. Big Dog, what's good, man? Well, what are your thoughts?
What's up, man? I think you guys are way off, man. I don't think Bud need to go to that fight. To be honest with you, them days are over because when Spence went to Bud fight, his excuse for not getting in the ring was because the network won't let him into the ring. So now when Bud goes to the other fight, he couldn't get into the ring because Spence fans won't let him get into the ring. So why would I go back to Dallas, which they should not fire Dallas because that's a very unfair advantage. I don't care. I'm dead serious. Who 60-40? Let Bud let Spence have 60-40 and fight in Vegas.
Let's see, Divine, a fight just broke out right now. Here we go. Who is the A side, Big Dog?
It doesn't matter. Somebody else has a belt.
Yes, it does matter.
Somebody else has a belt.
A side.
It doesn't. No. So it's okay for Spence to have. No, it's okay for Spence to have 60-40 and get the location.
Yeah, that's A side.
No.
Side.
Okay. Well, the fight's not going to happen. That's not. So if you're, that's not going to happen. Because he already said.
Big Dog, let me make my stance real quick as far as the venue is concerned. I've openly said that the fight shouldn't be in Texas or Nebraska. It should be at a neutral venue,
like Vegas,
especially for this magnitude of a fight. But that's exactly why I said in the rematch clause, whoever wins the first fight should be able to pick the venue and the purse split, and that would prove that neither one of these guys are afraid of one another.
Okay,
I agree with that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the first fight.
I agree with that, Devin, but we have okay. But let me just say this: if Errol bites down on his mouthpiece and he's like, "No, this fight is going to be in Texas," and Terrence Bud Crawford does not take that, who's in the wrong?
Crawford.
Thank you.
Spencer's.
No, he's not in the wrong.
Yeah.
He's A-side.
Because he is the A-side.
No, but if he's gonna get, let's say he's gonna get more money. You act like you forgot that this is for undisputed. You act like somebody else has a belt.
It doesn't.
He's not fighting. It does.
What does that have to do with being A-side?
Huh?
What does that got to do with being
First of all, you gotta look at A-side. You gotta look like A-side, like Errol Spence is Mayweather. He don't have that much. He's not like that guy.
Okay.
He don't have that much pull like that.
Let me
does.
say this.
No, not like Mayweather. Hell no, he don't.
I'm not saying he's not Floyd Mayweather. He's
not Floyd Mayweather.
Oh no,
he's not Floyd Mayweather.
No, he's the face of boxing.
No, he's not.
Face of boxing.
Okay.
This guy's on drunk mode.
Hold on. Let's get some
How
control
many
here.
people showed up to EJ's fight?
How many
Mayweather.
How many people showed up to EJ's fight?
Okay, hold on. Let's get some.
Now, see, how somebody Spence fans are delusional too. Spence fans are delusional too. Spence fans are delusional too.
How many
fans are delusional too?
$20
He is not Mayweather.
Let's get some order here. Hold on. Let's get some order.
$20 fucking dollars.
No.
Okay, let's get some order here. Hold on. Let's get some order here because it's getting a little out of control.
Lennar, go ahead. I muted Big Dog and K-Rod.
Okay. What I'm saying is this. I love Earl, right? It's my guy, but I got to be fair. I mean, he's not Floyd Mayweather, no. But at the end of the day, he is the A side over Terrence Crawford. That's clear. And for you guys to say, for you guys to say, oh, he's not Floyd, I get that he's not. But compared to Crawford, he's a bigger guy. He's just bigger, and that's all we're saying here. And anyways, a reasonable split, and we're saying a reason edit for guy being 60-40 or 35-65 or 35 64. Sorry. For a reasonable split between the two. If Earl says, I want the fight to be where I say it's to be, I want the fight to be 60-40 in my favor and for there to be a rematch clause. That's not unreasonable. That's what any A-side fighter says. Those are the three demands they typically have. Again, who's going to get the biggest purse? Who's going to be the one to decide where they're going to fight? And if there's going to be a rematch clause. That's what any A-side says. So what is Earl saying that's unreasonable?
What would be unreasonable? Because that's what Joshua asked for.
Like I said, he's not that.
What are we talking about? It's never happened like that, right?
But
That was what Joshua were arguing over, right? Joshua said, "I've got more belts. I make way more money. The fight's gonna happen in London, Wembley Stadium, right?" Wilder said no, even though he had one belt and wasn't even fighting on pay-per-view at that time, right? Making 20% of the purses. Now, bro, Errol Spence, okay, selling $20 tickets in Texas does not make you an A side, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, his last purse was $2 million. Like, you out here capping like he's Canelo Alvarez making $50 million a fight. He's not, bro.
I'm not
All right,
saying he's Canelo Alvarez.
I'm gonna stop both of you right there, right? So we don't talk over each other. We're not talking about $20 ticket sales. All right, it's not about money. Being A side is not always about money. It's also about status, accomplishments at the weight class, which Errol Spence has that without question. Right? Bud has only been at the weight class since 2018. He hasn't fought nearly the same caliber of fighters that Errol Spence has at the weight class. Errol Spence has more belts in the weight class. Right? So that's how I feel about it, and I stand firm. Now, I want to just say this real quick, and I'll unmute and let you guys come back in. I will say this to Errol Spence fans. If this negotiation comes down to the point where they can agree on everything but the venue, because Errol Spence is demanding that it's in Texas, my stance is that is not the right stance to take, because the critics will twist that for sure and say, well, if you're demanding in Texas when you know that Bud refuses to fight there, because Bud's got his pride as well, Bud is willing to fight at a neutral venue, and you're not willing to do that, and you only want Texas, that's not a good look, because people are going to frame that as if you are trying to make it impossible to make the fight, and you are avoiding the fight. So it's simple. Both should be able to agree on a neutral venue. It shouldn't be an issue. Big Dog, go ahead.
Yeah, that's basically what I was saying. I'm just saying, like, I don't mind him to split the money being 60-40, 65-35. I don't mind about that. But I'm saying the venue is important too. And let's say, like you said, whoever wins the first fight get to pick the venue the second fight. I don't have a problem with that. But the first fight should be in a neutral location. That's all I'm saying. And come on, I know you got some of you got the Spence fans like that, but he's not as big as Mayweather. Just stop that. Don't, please don't say that. That makes no sense. Mayweather makes more, get a million pay-per-views for fighting a Logan Paul. So don't start that.
Yeah, that's not a debate. Floyd is the pay-per-view king, and he will be for many, many years to come. So yeah, that's not. But I don't even know why that's even being thrown in there personally.
They were thrown in there for some reason.
I didn't agree with that standpoint, but I do agree with the standpoint that if Errol and Devin, I gotta disagree with you on this. If Errol being the A side, if he says, "Hey, it's going to be in Texas," and then Bud doesn't accept, then history will look back on Bud saying, "Why would you not accept? He's the one who's in control here." At the end of the day, you are going to have to capitulate. What is unreasonable is if he says, "Oh, 80-20 my way or 90-10." That's a cop out. That's a price out.
But
So
bro,
that was unreasonable.
but why not fight at a neutral venue though? Why?
I agree
not?
with
For the first fight.
I agree with that. I have listen. I don't care if they fight in Texas, they fight in Omaha, they fight in Terrence Bud Crawford's backyard at his house.
They can fight in Antarctica for all I give a shit.
I don't care, because I still think Earl's going to beat him. But at the end of the day, if Errol is the A side, he does have that option to say that. That's all I'm saying. If he bites down and he says, "No, I want this to be in Texas because I'm the one who can demand that," then that's what it has to be, the first fight. I agree with you. If it's the rematch, I agree with you. If it's the rematch. If the rematch clause is whoever wins gets to pick the second.
Everyone hold up. He's been waiting. What's up, Jerome King? What's your thoughts, brother?
What's going on, Divine? Salute to everybody in the panel. And I just want to say a few things about the topic. Now, I'm a fan of both guys, especially in the ring. Now, outside of the ring, I can honestly say that I've questioned some of Terrence Crawford's business choices. And I think that a lot of his business choices has landed him in a scenario where he doesn't have the leverage that he should have. Because, yes, he is the multi-division champion. He was undisputed at a division. but because because of some of his business choices, he is in the position now that yes, he is going to have to take concessions to a guy who has been in the division longer, has more belts, and is not as big of a star in the sense of what they're bringing to the table as far as money. Now, of course, Terrence Crawford has the better accolades. He has more accolades because he's been at more divisions. But when you're talking about negotiating a fight, accolades don't matter that much. It matters to a degree. When negotiating a fight, it's about who is going to sell tickets and who's going to sell pay-per-views. And right now, that guy is Spence. No, he's not Mayweather. He's not Pacquiao. Hell, he's not Mike Tyson when it comes to selling pay-per-views. But he sells more than Terrence Crawford, and that's what matters right now. And I have to say another thing too. And this is another thing that I've noticed about Terrence Crawford fans per se. They act as if the business of boxing is supposed to change for one man. This is an over 150-year business, and this is the way it has been run. It is about who is making more money. Hell, if you really want to think about it, we can go back. If you want to talk Floyd Mayweather, what did Floyd Mayweather take against his money fight with Oscar De La Hoya? Took 80-20 because he knew he could beat that man. And not only that, he knew that once he beat him, he knew that he could dictate his fights going forward. And he could say that this is what I want, this is what I demand, and I'll never go back to accepting what I accepted for De La Hoya. So sometimes when it comes to this business, you have to take concessions to make fights happen, go in the ring, show you're the better guy, and then you can make the other fighter make the concession. And Terrence Crawford, has to understand that. Right now, what's going on with Terrence Crawford is he is basing what he should get on his emotion. And that is a bad place to be if you want to make the fight. Now, when you're in the fight, use all the emotion you want to go after that guy and knock him out and be the better fighter. But when it comes to making the fight, you can't make fights based on emotion.
And
to make fights.
And question to you, bro. Yeah. So there's Errol being the A side and in the heavy A side in this particular case. Does he get to make the choice for the venue?
Now that is a double-edged sword because yes, he does. He can dictate where the fight is, but at the same time, Terrence Crawford has to agree to that. No matter what happens, he has to agree to
it. Terrence Crawford will never agree to fight in Texas. I promise you that unless he gets the purse split. That would be the only way.
Exactly.
So but that's the problem. Earl's not going to give him the purse split.
Earl's already said
but if you're Earl, take the money and go fight at a neutral venue. Like don't get into a situation where it's like a tug of war where it's like, all right, are you willing to fight in Dallas if I give you 60 and I take 40? No, just be like, stick to your guns and say 60-40, and we can fight in Vegas. We can fight in New York. We can fight in Miami. We can fight in Los Angeles. Like, wherever,
and Devin,
right? So
and Devin, I get your point. I agree with your point, Devin. I see what you're saying to ease tensions. Okay, I give you something. But what I'm trying to say, bro, is at the end of the day, Earl does not have to do that. That's what I'm saying. So you can't call him to be the duck.
But Earl don't have to do that. Hold on. But Earl don't have to do that. But it takes two to tango. The fight won't happen. And Earl won't get that
payback either. Whose fault is that?
Listen. No. Listen. Hold on. Listen to it. It won't happen. It takes two to tango. They both won't have a payday if you choose a location. So what's the point?
Lamar,
But I'm saying, but this
Lamar,
is what I'm saying to you. Bud doesn't have
is
to
there not
agree
a
with
limit to the
60-40.
A-side?
Hold on. Bud doesn't have to agree with anything. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't have to agree that Earl has to be the A side. You know, what I'm saying is what I'm saying is we have to get some type of basis here. Who can we go
You
with?
want to buy Errol Spence,
We're gonna have to use facts. Who is the A side? We're gonna have to do it. That's what I'm saying.
based
You
off the
say,
last
oh, you
verses, who
saying
made more?
Bud doesn't got to take the per split demand. He doesn't got to take that either. He does not got to take anything. So then what do we go by? We got to go by who is bringing in more. We got to go by who accomplished more in that division. That's what we're going by. I see your point. I'm not disagreeing with it. I see that point. Shit, to get to ease negotiations, I would love Earl to say, you know what, we can fight anywhere. But at the end of the day, he doesn't have to do that. And
Yeah, but
If
maybe
it's Crawford who does not take it, history look back and say, you know what, it was Crawford the one who messed up
no,
the
no, no,
negotiations.
no. Let me say that. You ever heard of saying expensive? It takes a little bit of money to make a lot of money. This what it comes down to. He has to give up something. If you're gonna take the lion's share of the thing and have the location, that's not gonna. If you know your opponent's how he thinks, you'd be like, okay, for me to make on a rematch, or for me to make a lot more money, I can just give up that location and still make the high price. Whoever wins in the bet, whoever wins, me or him, we're gonna make just as much money or more money in a rematch.
But
Lamar, I
but
think there's a
the same can be said with
A-side
Terrence
cutoff,
Bud
right?
Crawford. If
You
you can
can't
go
have
back the
more
other way and
money, the
say, hey,
location, your name on the poster. Like there has to be a cutoff. Like Bud Crawford is not a fucking journeyman, right?
no, it doesn't
Errol Spence
have to
can't
be a
literally have
cut. That's what
everything.
I'm saying. This is not
That's not
unreasonable. All the man is asking
Oh,
for is,
it is
hey, a
unreasonable. It is
60-40
unreasonable.
split my way.
Bud made
I want to choose the
$7 million in
I
his
want to
last
choose
fight,
the
and Spence made
location.
2 million.
He's
What
only
are you
asking
talking
for three
about,
simple
Lamar?
things. What are you talking about? Three simple things.
Lamar,
A
what are you talking about?
60-40
Terrence
split my
Crawford doesn't
way.
make that
I
much
want to
money.
pick the location the first fight and a rematch. I want to be the rematch clause. That's it. What
Errol
else is
Spence
no,
he
isn't a
that's
asking for?
superstar, though.
that's not.
What? How is that?
No,
Any
that's
A
Errol
not.
side
Spence
fighter
isn't a
does that.
superstar. Errol Spence, bro, he made $1.5 million in his last fight, bro. Bud Crawford made $7 million. What are you talking about?
Ask top ranker Bob Arum how much money he made that company.
Yeah, but
That's not the
Ask
top
Bob
one.
Arum how
Porter,
much money
He
he
didn't
made that
even
company.
make.
Porter is a
He didn't even
Talking
way
make
about
that
bigger
$20
much.
star,
tickets, bro.
bro. Don't compare Porter to
Yeah,
Ugas.
yeah. Stop that shit. Fucking
Exactly. Bud
bullshit.
Crawford made 7 million.
Porter
Spence
is a
made
way bigger
1.5.
draw.
Crawford
Porter
doesn't
can
even
be
make
on
that much
any
fucking
card.
money, bro.
Porter can fight a taxi driver and still sell 2 million.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
Ugas
but
couldn't.
Divine. Quick question, just
how
for
can you
you,
see
Divine.
this?
Divine. Like
What's up?
I mean, you hear what I'm saying? Cause Blue said this yesterday. He said especially about the location. He said, wouldn't it just make sense to spend more money to make more money, regardless? Because I honestly, I think that's very being kind of petty from Spencer's fault, just to have it in where he wants to have the fight at. If it's going to break
How
up
is that petty?
Well,
because honestly, it doesn't. Honestly, that's his hometown. Whatever it is, like I'm saying, Vegas is idea, LA, New York, whatever, is idea for a fight of this magnitude. I'm
yeah,
being very
that's
real with you.
that is my stance, and I'm very firm in it. That the first fight has to be at a neutral venue because, quite frankly, the fight's not going to happen, guys. I promise
And
you that.
honestly,
If
and
it's
honestly,
if it's the hill that Errol Spence is willing to die on and force Crawford to go to Dallas, the fight is not going to happen. Something has to
and
give.
I,
If Spence wants
and
the bigger purse, then okay. But at the very least, I'm not going to ask you to go to Omaha, but we got to go somewhere that's neutral. And why not put it in Vegas or New York, where I mean you're going to pack out those arenas no problem. I mean it's a no brainer,
Please
right?
have it
So
in New York.
side of things, promotional side of things, it works for both sides and management teams and everybody involved. If you put it at a neutral venue. And to Big Dog's point, which I've stated multiple times, how you construct the contract in regards to the rematch is where you can say winner takes all. Winner says where we fight, winner gets X amount in the purse split, and you go from there. But this first fight, this is the toughest one to make, right? Because it's two guys, egos and prides, and who's A side, who's not. It's clashing. We can't make up our damn mind on who gets what. So this is the tough part, right? You get through this tough part by going to a neutral venue, which that's Errol Spence swallowing his pride by not forcing it in Dallas. And then Crawford swallows his pride by taking a less purse split. Now you got the fight, and we're fighting for legacy now, and it should be about legacy and not about money anyway.
Yep.
And that's my stance on that.
Divine. Okay, let me ask you this. I know you say you stand firm, but I'm going to ask you this question and put out the scenario. Because it's going to, like we said, it's going to either be this way or that way. So somebody's going to be at fault. So if Earl says, I'm not budging on it being in Texas, and Bud says, I'm not budging either, it's not going to be in Texas, who's at fault? Who's the one at fault here?
Bud's already budged twice.
No. David, stop jumping in. I asked Divine the question. Go ahead, Divine.
If it comes down to everything is agreed upon except for the venue, and because Spence is adamant that it has to be in Dallas and the fight falls through, then I'm going to put the blame on Spence.
Bullshit.
Because it doesn't hurt at all financially, legacy wise, or whatever the case is, to get it at a neutral venue. People from Texas are going to follow Spence wherever he goes.
Yeah, I just want to make 2 points. The first point being, historically, the big American fights never happen in Texas. So this whole thing about dirt cheap $20 tickets, I don't get that. And number 2, bro, Bud is budging. If Bud budges, okay, Spence, you can have more money. Okay, Spence, you can have your name first on a poster. Bud is not going to put a pink tutu on and spin around in the middle of the street for Errol Spence, bro. That's never going to happen. He didn't ask Sean Porter to do this. He didn't ask Mikey Garcia to do this. And he didn't even ask Ugas, a fucking undercard fighter, to do that.
I don't even care about all that. But
No,
Leonard,
I don't either.
Leonard, it's like also this you got to take into consideration. If the fight is forced into Dallas, there's going to be a lot of speculation if it goes the distance. That's the way it always is, bro. When you're fighting in a dude's hometown where he's got the hometown crowd, he could possibly have hometown judges and whatever the case may. And you know how they do be doing some crazy shit, switching out referees 2 days before they do. I'm not saying that Spence will do that, but you open the door for speculation when you have it for the first fight, at least at your own state, in your own city, no less. It's not even in Houston. It's in Dallas. Like, so you just open the door for all these Crawford supporters, or even even supporters who are not supporters of either one, but just want to see the fight, to say, well, damn, like there's a big possibility for a fight this magnitude to go 12 rounds. We're just assuming that somebody's going to knock somebody out. These two guys are the best in their division. There's a very high possibility that this goes the distance, and it's a very close fight. So if you're in Dallas and Earl gets the nod when half of the fucking country or the world thinks that Crawford won, who are they going to blame it on? They're going to blame it on the fact that it was in Dallas.
And Divine, and to respond to what you just said, I hear what you're saying, but at the end of the day, and this is a good comparison when you compare Floyd and Pacquiao and Earl and Terrence Crawford.
Oh my God!
No, hold on, bro. You don't know what I'm about to say. I'm not saying they're as popular. I'm not saying they're as popular. I'm not saying they're as popular. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying in comparison to each other, they're about as popular as Floyd and Manny were in comparison to each other and revenue and everything. Mayweather was selling about twice as many. Hold on, Mayweather was selling about twice as many pay-per-views as Pacquiao was back in the day. That's all I'm saying. Now get back to my point. The reason why I brought that up,
and that's why they fought in Vegas.
The reason why I brought that up, Divine, is because at the end of the day, when Manny took that 40% split against Floyd, Floyd was the one who dictated the terms of where it's going to be in Vegas, and we all know Vegas is Floyd's backyard. So what are we really talking about? No. Hold on, Divine.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
Because hold on. Because Divine, hold on. Jimmy, be quiet. Hey, Divine, can you Jimmy for me, please? Because this is why it became to a fight last time. Because you overtalked me. I was trying to make a point here. So, Divine, I see what you're saying, but at the end of the day, even when Floyd fought Pac, there was still a section of fans who were like, "Oh, Pacquiao won that fight because Floyd didn't throw enough punches," and that was bullshit. So that was complete bullshit what they said. But all I'm saying is, at the end of the day, it was Floyd who dictated terms of who was going to be the A side and who was going to get the demands on the location. That is not unreasonable. I see what you're saying, but at the end of the day, I cannot blame Earl if Earl was the one who said it's going to be in doubt. I cannot blame him because he's
Because
the
they were
A side.
humble.
I
That's
would
why.
feel the same way. Jamie, be quiet, bro. I would feel the same way if Terrence Bud Crawford was the A side in this situation and he made demands. I feel the same way. That's
A
all
quick
I'm saying.
question. I'm about to get off, bro. I'm about to get off and go ahead to work. But I'm just saying. So you're willing to let Spence have his way in all just because he's the A side, and not to fight to happen at all, just because of that.
No, it'd be just because Terrence Bud Crawford did not notice who was the A side in the situation and
No,
he
no, no,
fucked the
no, no,
fight
no,
up.
no, 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 no. That's not. I'm asking you a question.
What's the question,
Spence is
bro?
Spence giving up location. It just to make a because this fight, nobody's gonna get paid. This fight don't happen. So you got to remember, there's two to tango. I keep on saying this. Spence giving up location, give more money, but giving up location, and and so you willing to give all that up just for Spence to have his location in Dallas?
When you mean give what all up?
The fight.
But you keep with the I answer your question, but you're framing it in a way saying it's Earl Spence's fault,
Yeah,
and
but
that's not
you
my
keep
argument
begging the
here.
question.
You can't frame it in that way because I don't agree in the way you
Begging
frame
the
the
fucking
question.
question.
So you want Errol Spence to
You're
completely
framing it in
plan,
the way
So
that,
get
oh,
Texas.
I believe that it's going to be Earl's fault if he's the one who
no, I'm
doesn't
asking you a
location.
question. No, I'm asking you a question. Would you be okay with the fight not be no the fight being in Dallas, but the fight not happening? Would you be okay with that?
Wait, what?
If the fight, no, I would not be okay, and I would blame Bud to answer your question.
There you go. See,
Okay.
bro. Bro, he's an Errol
I would
Spence
not
show,
blame. I'm
man.
gonna blame
With the
Bud.
ego.
That's your
Yeah,
Okay.
but
question.
Lenar, we have to agree here at least on something, man. That Earl Spence, as much as I think that and I've already said that I think he is the A side in this situation, but he doesn't have the bargaining power like Floyd. Not even close. Like Pacquiao was in a situation. Pacquiao literally had no choice but to accept Floyd's terms, or the fight would have never happened. Because Floyd, everybody knows it doesn't matter who Floyd's fighting, he's going to sell multi-millions. Earl
Mm-hmm.
doesn't have that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Earl's like, oh, maybe he can get into the even with Crawford on the headline of the fight with him. He's going to get anywhere from 5 to maybe 10. Where with Floyd, I mean, he fought McGregor and got fucking 50 million. And McGregor's not even a boxer,
Lamar, like,
right?
you want to
Okay,
make
So
a
it's
Divine.
so
I'm
it's
gonna
like
ask.
he's got
Okay,
way more bargaining power here. To make that comparison is very, very tough.
okay.
What
Let me.
I'm saying is
Okay,
this:
okay.
nobody loses. This is the thing that you got to focus on, Lenar. Nobody loses. Actually, everybody wins if Earl Spence agrees to a neutral venue, because
Okay, man.
he's going to get the purse split. The only thing that he has to swallow his pride on, because let's be honest here, if he's trying to force it to Dallas, that's pride. There's nothing else. There's no other reason why other than pride, right? Because it's like, I'm the best, so we got to do it here. But
Mm-hmm.
that's pride
yeah,
speaking. They're both
And
champions. They're
and
both.
Divine,
confidence when he does that kick is, though.
and Divine. I see what you're saying, but this is why I brought up the Floyd and Pacquiao
You keep
comparison.
saying
I'm
that, but then you
I,
come back with something else, bro.
no, because I'm saying
Bro,
because
this
the
guy's an
Divine,
aerosexual. He is a
I gotta
tomboy.
defend the point. I gotta defend the point. I gotta stand
You
firm
got
on
to
this.
defend Errol.
This is why I'm
Right,
saying
man.
that you're wrong in this.
Same
I
thing
gotta
with the
stand
blood
firm. I'm
sexual.
gonna ask you a question, Divine. How much more popular was Manny than Floyd? I mean, how much more popular was Floyd than Manny during that time? Would you say that Pat?
money wise, far more popular.
Yeah, but how many? By how much? By 40%? By 2 times? What? What are we talking about here?
Oh man, like
What are we
dude, like
talking about?
first off, Manny Pacquiao was getting robbed blind by Bob Arum, so we don't even really know the potential. Now,
Okay.
fan base wise, you can argue that Pacquiao's got more fans because people
Okay.
who watch Floyd, half of them watch because they want to see Floyd lose, and Floyd got rich off of haters.
Okay. Okay, and let's put a pin in that. I want you to understand something in making that's why I made the comparison with Spence and Crawford. All of Terrence Bud Crawford's pay-per-views could not even equate to one of Errol Spence's pay-per-views against Porter and Mikey Garcia. We're talking about a man who did at least a 3x times what Crawford did in 3 of his pay-per-views. That's my point.
I agree with you, bro. I agree with you, but the numbers are astronomical, bro. Astronomically different. You're comparing apples and oranges, bro. Like I understand. Yes, Earl is the bigger draw. Earl has sold more dollar-wise.
A lot more.
Completely agree with you. But Mayweather is on a different stratosphere. You can't compare it to him, bro. Manny Pacquiao didn't have a choice. He didn't have a choice at all.
What do you think? When I say these two names, what do you think I'm comparing them to? You think I'm comparing it and saying that Earl's is as big as a draw as Mayweather? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, dollar-wise.
I'm not saying that, but that's what I'm saying, Devin. I'm not saying that. You're
saying popularity.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is when you compare the two, when you were just comparing the two, when you adjust it, that's all I'm saying. Comparing Earl to Bud and Floyd to Manny, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Earl is as big as a draw as Floyd. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying in this particular situation, a man who can 2x and even 3x what you could sell deserves a big A-side split or a fair. He's not even asking for anything. He's not even asking for anything unreasonable here, Divine. All he's saying is the fight being Texas, we get a rematch clause and 60-40 my way. That's what any A-side fighter says. As well. I'm saying the gap between Earl and Crawford is pretty much as big a gap as it was Floyd versus Manny. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's not true.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, if Errol Spence was a rock star, he would be getting $2 million persons, bro. Come on, you're talking about $20 tickets in Texas, man. This is why he gets paid shit persons.
$20 tickets in Texas. Do you really believe that $20 was sold at a fucking Errol Spence fight ticket? Do you really fucking believe that? Let me ask you
that. Sorry, yeah, the starting price. I know a couple of friends that went to the Spence fight. It was $20.
The starting price for a Errol Spence versus Ugas fight was $52 to start. And then the highest, if you wanted to sit ringside, was $11,000, if not $12K. What are you talking about?
$20 doesn't even make sense.
$20 was never fucking listed. I searched that shit on fucking Ticketmaster.
I don't know who your source is, Jimmy, but that's
where the fuck are you getting this shit?
This is not the YMCA.
Like blood sexual.
No, listen, you're an Errol sexual, so calm the fuck down.
I saw
these blood sexuals, man. Like seriously,
I saw Leonard left. I don't know if he got aggravated, but look, man. At the end of the day, we gotta be fellas, hold up. If you want to be technical, Manny Pacquiao had been fighting in Vegas for years.
Yep.
Right. So it's not like Floyd had him fight in like Miami or some shit. Right. It's Manny Pacquiao made a name for himself in Vegas himself. And quite frankly, you can even argue that in a way it was a neutral venue. And I got to give credit to Manny Pacquiao, even though I thought that Floyd would always beat him no matter what. I got to give credit to Manny Pacquiao because Pacquiao, he had to swallow his pride and take a smaller purse cut, right? And he went for the legacy fight, even though all the other bullshit that led up to it that stopped the fight from happening for 5 years. He eventually stepped in there and got it done. And this is what these two men got to do. Something has got to give. And if you're Errol Spence and you're willing to die on the hill of it must happen in Dallas, I don't care if you think that he's in the right or not. What I will tell you is the fight's not going to happen.
This is my problem.
And if you want to say, well, you gotta blame Bud for that. Well, why does Bud? And you guys already know that I support Earl as being the A side, right? But there's levels to this. There's levels. But why should Bud have to, A, give up purse split, potentially anything from 60-40 all the way to 70-30? We don't know yet. Also, he has to take the risk of fighting in Dallas, of it going to 12 rounds and it being a close fight and being potentially robbed. Because let's not just pretend that doesn't happen in boxing. Right? And so why does Bud have to give up all these different things? We want Bud to swallow all of his recognition, essentially. And if he doesn't do that, well, it's Bud's fault. I'm saying that Spence is the A side, but not by a massive margin. He's slightly the A side. And because he's slightly the A side, he gets the purse split. But the fight has to be at a neutral venue for the first fight. It has to be. Then you can dictate where it goes from there in the rematch. And quite frankly, if I'm Bud and I say, all right, bro, like you want 60-40, cool. You get your 60-40. So let me say this. The only navigation that I'll allow Bud is this. To fight in Dallas. This is where I will scratch my head at Bud. If Errol says it's going to be 60-40 in Dallas, and Bud counters and says, cool. Rematch, I want it where I want it, and I want 80-20. And Errol says no to that, and the fight falls through, then that's on Errol. Right? At some point, something has to give. Because two champions fighting for undisputed, both are undefeated, but Errol Spence is not in the position financially or recognition-wise or having star power-wise as supporters and haters on the level of Floyd Mayweather to even have a discussion on the fact that I can have a bigger purse split and I can declare where the fight is because I have that type of star power. You don't. You're bigger than Bud, but not on that level in comparison to Floyd over Manny Pacquiao.
Divine, in response to what you said he's slightly bigger than Crawford. I gotta disagree. I'm saying that it's a big enough sizable gap where Earl can justify it being in Dallas.
Well, that's where we agree to disagree.
Fair. I understand that. And at the end of the day, you know, I know like you say we disagree. Like I said, I want to see the fight, so I don't care where it is. I'm just saying that I know that if Earl says it has to be in Dallas, then I'm okay with that. But wouldn't you think that if Errol being the A side, right? So he would get the purse split in the location, and he would get a rematch clause in there. Don't you think that he would say, "Hey, Bud, let's say that you win the fight, you get to dictate the terms." Is that not already giving him a fair advantage? Is that not already being fair to him? Does that prove your own point that he's being fair to Bud if he gives a rematch clause? Huh?
Divine.
Yeah, but what's in the rematch clause, though, bro? That's important. Rematch clause isn't, oh yeah, if you lose, I'll give you a rematch, and that's it. Like, no, there needs to be clear stipulations on how everything. Now, of course, if Earl wins, sure, yeah, Earl continues to be the A side because he's the victor. But it has to be clear that if Bud wins, Bud is now the A side.
Let me give you an example. Yeah, I agree with that. Let me give you an example of something that's not fair of this Kambosos and Devin Haney thing. Kambosos was the A side going into this, right? Even though I think Devin's more popular, but whatever. Kambosos was the A side going into this. And what had happened? Kambosos said, even if you lose, it has to be in Australia. I mean, even if I lose, it has to be in Australia. That is completely unfair. Is that not?
Here's the difference.
Divine.
Well, I mean,
is that unfair? Even if Haney won the first fight, he wins his fight, the rematch has to be in Australia. Is that unreasonable? Would you say that's unreasonable?
Is it guaranteed that both fights have to be in Australia, win or lose?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. Yes, in the contract. Yes.
Yeah,
Kambosos put in the contract, win or lose, it has to be in Australia. Did you know
Well, I
that?
don't agree with. I don't. If that's what it is, I don't agree with that. I think that's egregious.
Exactly my point. And so that's what I'm
But
saying. That
dude,
I can.
but you're comparing Australia and Dallas and Vegas. I mean, come on, man. You're talking about an 18-hour flight in someone else's country where he's got his whole damn country on his back.
But I'm saying it's still unreasonable. I'm talking about the facts still stand that it's unreasonable that even if somebody would lose, was to lose the fight, being the A side going into it, to be able to still
Lamar,
dictate terms in a rematch, that's unfair.
Lamar,
So that's what
Lamar,
I'm
Nevada
saying.
is in America, though.
The reason all I'm saying is simply this: is that going into this one, if Earl was being fair, he would say and being reasonable, hey, I get the location, I get what the A side split is, and in the rematch, you get to dictate terms if you win. See, that's what's being fair. You see what I'm
I
saying? That's
think
what's
we.
being
I
fair.
think.
That's what that was being reasonable.
I think.
Not what Kambosos did to Haney. That's unreasonable. That's an example of somebody being unreasonable.
I think we gotta be objective here and really look at the full picture. First off, we're Devin Haney and Crawford and Spence are three different people, three different personalities, all with three different goals, all with three different accomplishments. Devin Haney has got a lot more to prove, in my opinion, and on his course to prove that he is the best, right? Crawford and Spence have already proven a lot. As much as we want to see undisputed, and we go at each other's throats about this, if the fight never happens, Crawford will go down. He will go on to do other things, and maybe he'll compete at 147 and win belts if Spence leaves, or who knows what happens, right? But more than likely, both of these guys are going to be Hall of Famers. Errol Spence, if he retires undefeated, defends his titles, maybe goes up to 154, wins something, he's going to, he's cemented his legacy. It could have been better if he fought Bud. I agree. Devin's not at that point yet. Devin's got to beat Kambosos. He knows he's got to beat Kambosos to get that same type of recognition. And a lot of people don't respect Devin's accomplishments yet. A lot of people respect Errol Spence, and a lot of people respect Bud, and that's why we go at each other's throats, bro. Because they're at the top level. So Devin is going across the fucking world, and he's literally doing it. That's why I have so much respect for Devin, because he's willing to do that. And I mean, if he agreed to have the rematch there too, it blows my mind on why he would agree to that. But it just kind of shows his willingness to prove himself no matter the circumstances. But in a way, I don't say he's got to do it, but he's kind of in a position where he's got to solidify himself. Bud, multiple weight class champion, has already pretty much done that. We just want him to get Errol Spence out of the way. And Errol Spence, as good as he is at 147, well, I mean, he's very good. He's always been at the top at 147 for years now. Has already kind of submitted himself, whether he fights Bud or not, right? So it's tough to compare that. I see where you're going with it, but I think we need to compare the fact that we're just dealing with different people, different situations. Devin is willing. Bud is not willing. Spence is not willing. Devin says, I don't give a fuck where it's at. I'll go. I don't care what the money is. I'll go. I don't care where the rematch is. I'll go. Bud ain't that way, and Spence isn't that way, and we're now seeing that. They both have pride. They both have egos. They both don't want to give up too much, and that's why the fight ain't happening.
Absolutely. I want to see this fight just like the next man, but I just got to lay the facts out. Even if I don't like it, I got to swallow that pill. It'll be cool if Earl said, you know what, it can be in any location, whatever the case may be, but it's just not like that. So what do we have to go by? We have to go by a rule set. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. I'm just looking at it.
That's why I'm saying,
and objectively.
And that's why I'm saying that if you're Errol Spence, bro, just neutral venue. That's it. That's it, bro. Neutral venue. That's it. You're gonna get the purse split. There's no way Bud is gonna be able to out negotiate you on that. It's just not gonna happen. And if you're a Bud fan, you got to accept that, especially if Errol is willing to fight at a neutral venue.
Yeah. But
So if you're Errol Spence, you got to, bro. If you don't, the fight's not going to happen. If you force it to Dallas, the fact is that we can talk about Haney, we can talk about all these other scenarios, but let's focus on what is real. What is real is this. If Errol forces the fight to be in Dallas, the fight's not going to happen.
And that's Bud's. And I agree with you. And that's Bud's fault. Period.
But Errol's never done this before, though. He's never asked anyone to do all this. Every time he fights a champion, he's never said it has to be in Texas. You have to take less money, right? The thing in Lamar is you're being very disingenuous with history. Errol Spence has never used this much A-side muscle on anyone.
He did it against Ugas. Yes, he did. He did it against Ugas.
No,
okay.
Bro,
yes, he did.
Bro, first of all, no,
yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Ugas is not an American champion with the accomplishments of Terrence Crawford, right?
No, you made a statement. I'm correcting you. I'm correcting you, Jimmy. You made a statement. You said that Errol's never done it. He did it against Ugas.
Is Sean Porter a bigger star? Answer the question. Is Sean Porter a bigger star than Terrence Crawford? Is the fight bigger? Is the undisputed fight with Terrence Crawford smaller, right, than an LA fight with Sean Porter?
It's a bigger fight.
What's a bigger fight?
The Terrence Bud Crawford and Errol fight.
Okay, well, that's my point, bro. Sean Porter, right, did not let Errol Spence use his A-side muscle, bro. He said, I'm not going to Texas. And Kenny Porter's on record. He said, we ain't going to Texas and we ain't taking less money. And guess what, bro? Errol Spence was cool with that, bro. Just like he was cool with giving Ugas 50-50. A lot of people are reporting that was a 50-50 split. But Ugas went to Texas, bro, because Ugas isn't based anywhere in America. Bud's a dude that headlines Vegas cards, bro. He's fought in Vegas and sold it out against Sean Porter, and they weren't $25 tickets, bro. So
Hey, Jimmy, you know what's funny? What did Wilder do? What did Wilder do when he fought Fury, and he didn't for the first time? He didn't have to because Wilder was a bigger name, and Wilder was a champion, and Wilder actually was the one who didn't have to take
the AJ fight for one. Yeah.
I'm saying he didn't have to do it. I'm saying, but we can agree that Wilder didn't have to do it against Fury, right? He was being nice to Fury, right?
No, they could have fought AJ for more money and undisputed. I
know. I get that. I'm just talking about Wilder and Fury here. Wilder compared to Wilder didn't have to be as nice as he was in negotiations, correct? Right, Jimmy?
That was the first time. No, that was the first. So Tyson Fury was the first fight yet on pay-per-view, right?
Yeah, no, I'm saying, but he didn't have to be as nice. He didn't have to be as nice. It was Fury was a champion in recess. He was underactive. He wasn't as big a star as he is now, fighting Wilder for the third time and doing that famous trilogy. But I'm saying that Wilder did not have to be as nice to Fury the first time, right? When they were going into the first negotiations for the first time, correct?
No, he'd have to be as nice because that was
he didn't have to fight him at all.
Okay. So and he made the fight happen. He said, you know what, I'm gonna make this fight happen and whatever. And guess what I have to say to that? Although that's what Wilder did, that's not what Errol has to do. Being the A side, he can dictate whatever he wants to do, and that's nice that Wilder did that for Fury. But at the end of the day, that's not what Errol has to do. And that's
you got your yellow beanie shirt on, innit? Let's be honest, innit? Like, come on.
Huh?
Like, you're fully Errol-sexual right now. You got your yellow.
What are you, bro? I'm not an Errol-sexual, bro. I'm being. Listen, I'm on record as stating right now. I would be saying the same thing about Bud. If Bud was in this position and Errol was in Bud's position,
you're justifying Sean Porter getting neutral ground and 50-50.
I would say the same
Sean Porter is an undercard.
Listen, you know what it is, Jimmy? You're not confident that Terrence Bud Crawford beats Errol. That's what it is. Because if you were that confident, you would have the fight in Dallas. You have the fight in.
Bro, it's over.
All right. Before it gets carried away, y'all take a deep breath. King of Kings in the building. What's good, man? Let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, how you doing tonight, Devin? Hey,
we doing our thing, bro. We do.
Man, I had to chime in because I need to clarify. So, has there been a demand by Spence to have this fight in Dallas?
I don't think there hasn't been an actual demand. I think there might be rumors, but yeah, as far as I've heard, that I don't think so. I don't even think it's got that far.
Okay, so that's why I was wondering because. Look, I feel like it's a moot point. This is the bottom line: is these guys are very smart. They're going to go with the venue that offers the most money, and that's just all it is going to be to it. the thing about it is, as far as I feel about Bud Crawford and the belt and whatever, I feel like he knows how important it is for Spence, and I think Spence will concede some things that he maybe normally wouldn't have. But at the end of the day, we just got to be honest. Spence has collected 3 of these belts, but Crawford has collected 1 of them. He is basically, to a certain extent, from what I feel like, has held that belt hostage because he's want to maximize his money. He has the last stone that activates the temple, and he's holding on to it, and he wants to get as much as he's going to want to get from it. So traditional boxing, it just needs to go to Vegas. I don't know how far Nebraska is from Vegas, but whatever. So at the end of the day, I think we all want to fight. I think all this shit is knick-knacky stuff. I think really if these guys want to fight, it's going to happen. And if it doesn't happen, it'll be one of them that made it not happen, bottom line. So that's how I feel about the situation.
That's pretty much what I said before all this got heated, is that at the end of the day, if it doesn't happen, I mean, we can spend time talking about whose fault it is, but it comes down to both of them, bro. It comes down to both of them. At the end of the day, like, something has to give, period. You know what I mean? Like, if Spence is going to sit up on his high horse and say, hey, we're going to fight in Dallas, I want 70-30 or no fight. Like, you can't – I mean, you can make the argument that, well, if Bud's confident, he'll take it. But you're fighting in Dallas, bro. Like, you're fighting literally in Errol Spence's hometown. And you're taking less money. You know what I'm like? That's a huge risk.
Pacquiao fought in Floyd's backyard in Vegas. So I mean, it's the same.
Look, hey man, look, that's not a comparison. Like, it's a.
I've already addressed that. Pacquiao has been fighting in Vegas for years, and internationally, Vegas is a neutral venue anyway.
It's a boxing.
No,
it's not. Just because Floyd has a house there, it's not the same thing as being born and raised somewhere where you have.
It's not like they fought in Grand Rapids.
Errol was born in New York, by the way, just for you guys to know.
No, okay, but look. I've heard people make that statement all day about somebody being born. Look, bro, I was born in Alabama. I moved from there when I was 2. I lived in Seattle for the next 35 years. Guess what? I'm from Seattle. Who cares? But you grow up somewhere. That's where you're from. I was born in the Philippines and I stayed there for a year. I'm from the Philippines. No, you're from where you've been, where you grown up at. He's Texas. That's just all there is to it. That nitpicky thing that I heard on Sean Porter stuff. That's just some haters. That's just stupid. Like, you from where you grew up. You from where you went to school, where your mannerism was developed. He's from Dallas. Let's just realize
there. Like,
I agree.
Exactly. So it's not the same thing. That's just some the throwing there. Oh, they're really born over there. This is where his gym is trained. His boxing style is originated in Texas. That whole roots is Texas. So let's just say what it is.
His roots are in Texas. I was just saying, to be technical, he was born in New York. Not that it matters because all his fans are from Texas, but I'm just saying he is from New York. But with that being said, is like you said, I already said this. The point is mute because we don't exactly know the demands. All I'm saying is I'm standing firm on is that if Earl demands it in Dallas, bro, I'm going to go with that. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm going to say. You know, but that's not unreasonable. That's the only argument I'm making it for. I'm only making it that if Earl says that it's in
unreasonable, Dallas, it's unreasonable if that's what derails the fight.
It's very unreasonable if it happens, but that's Bud's fault. That's what I'm saying. That's not Earl's fault. I know we agree on everything else, Divine. We agree on everything else. I just that particular point. It's okay.
Yeah, because I disagree with it because if that's what derails the fight, that's disappointing, bro.
It is disappointing.
If Earl's the A side and he knows what to make the fight, he knows what to do to make the fight happen. And if he knows that having it at Dallas is going to derail the fight, like, that's disappointing. When you have
we know that
so many other neutral venues that you can fight at, and people from Omaha can go there, people from Dallas can go there, and they can settle it.
If Pacquiao, okay, but if Pacquiao said this fight's going to be in New York to Floyd, would it have happened?
Both guys were based in Vegas.
That's my point, Divine.
No. Listen, why would Pacquiao do that? There's hella fucking Filipinos in Vegas, bro. Are you
That's
crazy?
not. There might be
There's
tens of
hella,
millions.
and he
No,
trains
no,
in Vegas.
No, there
He
might
trained.
no.
He'd be
No,
living in there. He'd be training
there-
there. He'd be having fights there. The whole damn city knows Pacquiao, bro. He's like just slightly lower than Floyd when it comes to Vegas.
Yeah,
Okay,
Divine. I just want
but
to point that the reason
I
why.
see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, Divine. But that's not what I said. I asked you a question. I asked you a direct question. I said, if Pacquiao said this fight's going to be in New York or California or any place else, and he was one to dictate and not capitulate to Floyd's demand of it being in Vegas, then would the fight have happened?
You're saying if Floyd demanded it to be in New York?
No, if Pacquiao demanded it not to be in Vegas, he said it's going to be anywhere. It's not going to be in Vegas. It's going to be in New York or
Well, that's an
California or wherever.
extreme. That's an extreme hypothetical because
How?
Pacquiao would never do that.
No, I'm just asking you a question. I'm just asking you a question, though. If you can answer it.
No, but
if
it's
Pacquiao was not
going
to fight in Vegas, if Pacquiao was not going to fight in
hypothetical
Vegas,
question that I don't really want to answer because
I know you don't want to answer it.
That would never happen. Why would Pacquiao? Pacquiao, you would have a better argument if you said Pacquiao want to go fight back at in Dallas where he fought Joshua Clottey.
Anywhere. I'm saying anywhere. But let's go with that then. Fine. Let's go with that then, Divine. If Pacquiao said I want this to fight in Dallas, would the fight have happened?
And he was still willing to take the less purse split too?
Yeah, it didn't matter. If he said less purse split, everything, or more, it didn't matter. Less purse split, fine, let's go with that. And he said, "Oh, Floyd, this fight's gonna be in Dallas." Then what?
Yeah, Floyd probably wouldn't take it because
that's my point.
Hey, but that is such a bad comparison because look, I'm sorry, dude. Like, there's like you just. First of all, the landscape of boxing is completely different from what it was then. The reason why, you have things where, like, this ain't us trying, even people when they were still in pay-per-views back in the day, the stream's so garbage that, you went ahead and paid for it. So there's a lot of options. There's a lot of other things. MMA has rose as a sport. We've actually fell behind them in popularity. But at the end of the day, Las Vegas and Atlantic City have always been fight towns. Like he said, Bud Crawford has never fought in Dallas, ever. The most money for that fight would have always been in Vegas. So he wouldn't have asked for it to be nowhere else. I mean, so it's just that, like, the comparison's not even good. Like I heard Devon say, it's apple to oranges. It's not the same thing because at the end of the day, we're talking about a Pacquiao that had several losses on his fight, had been record. I think when a couple years earlier than that, he'd been knocked out. He was in a place where, okay, well, the money was still going to be so significant. He didn't give a damn about the venue. He didn't think we've never watched a Floyd fight and thought that he robbed somebody on the scorecards. So that's not even an issue. So it's not a good comparison because, like I said, the majority of the lion's share of the money that Manny Pacquiao made was fighting in Vegas. Facts. So of course he didn't mind fighting in Vegas. I don't even think it was even in their minds to have it anywhere else but Vegas for both sides. Exactly. I don't even think they're like, well, let's fight on the beach in like Miami. Like, why? There's no point, right? But Lenore, I want you to see what I have up on the screen right here. This is my man, Black Superman. He says it would be, so he agrees with you, but he also agrees with me at the end. He says it would be easier for people from Nebraska to go to Texas than Vegas, shorter distance and cheaper, which I agree. Either way, though, however, have the fight in New York or Vegas so there's no excuses. That is the point that you got to drill home. So there's no excuses, period. And
Devon, I've already said I agree with that. I agree that, like I said already, I don't care where it's at because I think I want to favor Earl. I don't care. So there's no excuses. All I'm saying is I cannot blame Earl if he flexes his muscle and says this fight's going to be in Dallas. I cannot blame him. You see my point.
Canelo, you remember you were saying that.
And one more thing too that you made that is not true.
Let me make my point.
People say that Vegas was a bigger. I'm gonna give it to you, Jimmy. Hold on. Let me respond. I give it to you, Jimmy. People say that Vegas is a bigger fight venue than Dallas, Texas. That's to be debated, man. Because again, we're talking about a man who was selling 50,000 tickets in his hometown. One would only in the AT&T Stadium that holds up to 100,000 people. So is it really a bigger fight in Vegas when you account for the butts and seats, where a lot of the money, the majority of the money is going to be coming from, other than the pay per view. You see, so I mean,
Can I answer
really
that?
set that on your
Bro, but you're
brain
not,
real quick.
but you're not getting it, bro. You're not getting it. You keep talking like, yes, you can pack out the AT&T Stadium and put 70,000 people in comparison to 18,000 in Vegas. Yes, but you're not understanding the fact that Bud has got to go into Dallas, a place where he's never been, obviously against a hostile crowd, against the potential situation where it's a close fight and not getting the decision, and then there's just questions, bro. Like at the end of the day, you want a neutral venue. Don't you want Bud to have zero excuses?
Listen,
as a Spence fan, like, don't you want to say we're gonna go to Vegas or New York, right? We're gonna sell a shitload of pay-per-view, so we're gonna make up that extra 50,000 that we couldn't pack out a stadium anyway, right? We're gonna make up those numbers in pay-per-view because we're in a fight town, right? At the end of the day, Vegas or New York, and then I'm gonna beat your ass. And I don't want to hear no excuses about my hometown, Dallas, judges, referee, none of that shit. Everything is neutral. I'm going to whoop that ass. And then when I whoop it, then I'm going to force you to go back to Dallas for the rematch. Period.
I'm saying,
What's up? What's up?
But Devon, I don't think you're hearing me. I agree with you.
No, we hear you.
We
hear you.
all hear you, man.
We all hear you.
We all agree. I think we all agree that I'm okay with it being in any location. I'm agreement. I'm okay with it being in any location. All I'm saying
No,
is
you're not.
simply take it. Yes, I am. Yes, I am, sir. You're not
Then why you
hearing
keep
me.
arguing about it?
Listen, hear what I'm saying instead of you thinking what I'm saying. Hear me out. I don't care where it's at. I do not care. But from a technical standpoint, if Earl flexes his muscle and says it needs to be in Dallas, him in this current situation that we're speaking of, then I will not blame him if the fight does not happen. That's what I'm saying.
You do not.
All right.
Okay.
All right. You made your point. Jimmy, go.
All right, thanks, bro. So this is my point, though. Everyone was saying that, the side of the street. Tom Brown, PBC, actually leaked out that they were actually trying to do a backdoor deal. Errol Spence versus Canelo Alvarez on 164. Right? Lamar's been on a harping that no. Spence was keeping his promise, cleaning up my side of the street. It took him 5 years. He cleaned the gutters, the roofs, the bins, all that stuff. Right? Fixed the pipes. It's all clean now, bro. Now, why are you trying to take a backdoor fight with Canelo, bro? That's the same shit he did with Mikey. When Bud was right there begging for a fight, he was like, no, let me go play. Let me give Mikey 50-50 instead. When Bud wanted the unification, is like, no, let me unify with Porter. Give him 50-50. No worries, bro. We can go LA. Let's just, all that stuff. Now we got to do the $20 hustle in Texas. You got to take less money. Bro, there's been a theme, bro. Errol Spence has never wanted the Bud Crawford fight. He was trying to negotiate a backdoor deal with Canelo to move up to 164 and potentially end his fucking career, right? I just want your opinion on that. The whole Bud situation.
Hold on.
Okay, so
I'll gladly. You being this. You being this. You being
trying to do a backdoor cash out.
No, it's not a backdoor deal. You being this. You being.
Hey,
hold on.
Listen.
Wait, hold on. Let me handle this.
I would be.
You being distant. No, hold on, bro. Hold on. You being disingenuous because the truth of the matter is it was a 2-part deal. So how do we not know the first part, while he was fighting Charlo, he could have been fighting Bud and then fought Canelo afterwards. It's goofy to sit there and say that. We all don't really know the details. And to be honest, that was a big money fight. So literally you could have had Canelo and Charlo fight because that's the first fight. And to be honest, there's no guarantee Canelo would get past that. So why not in the meantime? He could have fought Bud at the same time they were fighting and then still got the Canelo fight. So that's not no backdoor deal. Nobody's trying to undercut anything. Wait, hold on, bro. Hold on. So at the end of the day, regardless of why we feel like this happened or, Spence has been a free agent, but let's not imply that he doesn't want to fight. Let's not do that because it just demoralizes the game. Both of these dudes are not scared of each other. Both of them want to smoke. Both of them want to make history. So let's not keep nitpicking everything and, he was doing this and he was doing that, like stuff that really you don't even know. You're just conjecturing and using your own. Wait, hold on. You're using your own interpretation to make one person look bad for your own personal agenda. Be a fight fan and let's get the fight done. Let's quit all this snickering and all the back. Oh, it was a backdoor deal, and he was sneaking behind the back of the building. And come on, man, cut that out. Grow up on this shit. And let's
all
get
of
the
that,
fight done.
all of that Canelo talk. Hold on. All of that Canelo talk and Spence, all that is sidebar conversations to distract you from the real fight in Crawford. I don't get involved in any of that, and the fact that you bring that is completely irrelevant, and that means that you have been distracted, and therefore that is sad. Secondly, before I continue on, please stop with this $20 shit tickets in Texas, unless you have proof. Not hearsay from a mate that went down there and watched the fight and paid $20. That's hearsay. Unless you have proof that he bought a ticket for $20, then stop it. Okay, because you're building your case on hearsay, and that's not a good look.
Okay, man.
Okay,
No,
and
can
I get out of Divine because King of Kings?
No, Danilo, let me talk real quick.
No. Hold on. Because I got muted. Divine muted me, and then what's crazy is King of Kings asking for me, and I was trying to answer, bro. Let me answer. He addressed it to the question to me. So, Jimmy, with that being stated, you're being disingenuous. You're being very, and I'm going to tell you the exact reason why you're being just disingenuous.
You know what that word
First
means?
of all, it was Tom Brown and behalf of PBC that sent that offer. It was not Errol Spence who was in on that deal. I hope you understand that. No.
Why are we talking about it? Why? I've already cleared it.
Because Jimmy's a hater. That's why.
Well, who cares? I already told Jimmy that it's all sidebar conversations. That's completely irrelevant to the topic at hand. So why even address something that's irrelevant?
Embodied, man. He's
period.
Embodied.
Bro, just sometimes you just gotta just dust off your shoulders, bro. Like, I'm not talking about Canelo and Spence. It's fucking pointless.
Let it go. Like a 1984 Jerry curl. Just let it go.
So look, he obviously he obviously doesn't put Spence at higher regard. That is fine. Opinion, no different than you, Leonard, who puts Spence above Crawford, right? But what we're not going to do is go and talk about Canelo, which quite frankly, I'm tired of talking about Canelo. He got his ass beat. So let him soak in that shit. Period. I'm tired of people talking, what about Canelo? He's going to beat Spence. Like, Canelo got his ass beat. So we move on to bigger and better things. Period. In the conversation. Big Dog, what do you got to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want I was basically going to say exactly what you're saying. Just let it go, man. It's like we're going back. We're going backwards now. And who cares about what Canelo's doing? I'm just saying that in terms of all this, we just need to make the fight. I don't care how it happens. We kind of know what the situation is in terms of how the fight will get made. We know who has to give up this, and who has to give in on some things. I think that we have. I don't want to say this, but we have two people who are kind of younger and who are kind of like one person over the other, so they're willing to say, well, this person deserved this because he's this, or this person deserved that because he's that, and then they throw insults at each other. I think I want to say both to you guys is like, we're here to try to make the fight happen, and we're looking for the fair way to do it, and or the fight won't happen. If you're okay with the fight not happening because it's something the smallest location, then you're not a real fan. You're a fan of that boxer.
I agree.
Not the fan of the sport. So we just need we need to figure out what can make the fight happen. Not somebody getting way too much and not somebody getting way too little. And that's exactly what I need to say.
It's the same thing I told BFTB, man. And BFTB, he has his stance as well. But I told him on his channel, I said, look, man, how we get this fight to happen is that each fan of each fighter holds their fighter accountable. That's how you get this fight to happen. And that goes for Bud too. That goes for Spence as well when it comes to, oh, well, I'm the A side, so therefore I can dictate the venue and the purse. Well, actually, you have some leverage power, but not entirely. And if you think that you do, the fight will never happen. So as a Spence fan, as I look into the camera, I'm telling you, Errol Spence, that something's got to give, bro. Something's got to give. Let's make this fight happen. It's a legacy fight. This is what's going to define your career when it's all said and done, bro. And I'm saying that as a Spence fan. And Bud Crawford fans have to have that same willingness when it comes to Bud. If Bud doesn't want to budge on this purse split, then you need to call him out for that shit. Period. Because if you don't, then we're not getting this fight. So if both sides hold their favorite fighter accountable, we'll get this fight. Simple as that. And I don't understand, like King of Kings said, like we can sit here and nitpick things all damn day long. Right? But if we sit up here and go at each other's throats, do you think that is pushing the fight forward? They don't care. Let them go at it. Let them debate it. They both got money. They both got everything they got going on in their life. They chilling. Errol Spence coming off a good victory. He ain't no hurry. He's chilling. So in my mind, Bud is more fresher than Spence is, right? Because Spence just got done having a fight. So, Bud is in a position to where, in my opinion, he needs to go knock on the door and say, hey, Earl, so, what do we got to do to make this fight happen, bro? What do we got to do? All these fighters, too, by the way, don't get it twisted. It's just like in the NBA. This is 2022. Everybody's got each other's numbers. Anybody can text or call anybody. And if you don't have their direct number, you have their number that like the closest person to them. Facts. This isn't 1986. Everybody's connected one way or the other. And if you don't have the number, it's Instagram, it's Twitter, whatever it is. And to be honest with you, I would even be okay. It's not my number one choice, but at this point, I would be even okay if Bud just made a tweet and tagged Spence and said, yo, I'm tired of the bullshit. Tell me right now on Twitter and tag me for everybody exactly what you want me to do or what we need to do to make this fight happen. List it out, tag me, and post it to everyone so everyone can see. That's what Bud should do. Because Bud is fresher. He should be ready to start making moves for his next fight. And a lot of people, including BFTB, who's a prominent channel out here, is accusing Bud for ducking the fight. And you want me to believe that Bud doesn't know who BFTB is or 78 or any of these bigger channels? Oh, they know. Trust me. So make the moves, right? And then guess what? Divine Sense Boxing, at least, will say, hey, all right, Earl, what's good then? What's good then, bro? Because now you're getting tagged and he wants a list. But none of that shit is happening. None of it. And the only thing that I can go off of is the fact that Errol Spence said at the end of his dismantlement of Ugas is, I want the fight. Bud Crawford is next. That is the only thing that I have to go off of right now.
Yeah,
so on the way, if you're weighing the power of negotiations, Earl has the upper hand right now, unless Bud does something to make it clearly known, not some let me do a little interview in the corner and say a few little things over here, or let me make a sneak diss tweet that we don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. No, direct tag, yo, list it out. What do we got to do? Let the people know. And I'll agree or disagree once you tweet it, and we'll go from there. We'll do this whole fucking thing on Twitter. Fuck it. Since you don't want to call me, we'll do it all on Twitter. That's how I feel about it.
But Divine, I have a lot of respect for you. Let's just, we agree on 90% of things. That one point about the A side, B side thing, and what the venue we should be at. Let's just agree to disagree, and I'm willing to keep it at that. Is that fair?
Okay, now.
And then, in response to Big Dog, bro, please don't be disrespectful. Because I've been respectful to you. Please don't use. You did the same shit that Kambosos did to Devin Haney about calling him a kid and shit. Like, come on, bro. I didn't use nothing about your age because you sound like a fairly intelligent person. So don't say because we sound younger that we may be a little bit more vocal, whatever the case may be, because that's disrespectful. That's all I wanted to address that point because that triggered me.
Okay,
But
well,
Divine,
I'm sorry for saying that. I'll be honest with you, but the thing about it, I was saying because you were going back and forth with Jimmy, and I thought that was just unnecessary because
fair,
and
fair,
I
and
thought
Look,
fair,
on a
fair.
positive note,
I'm just
I think
saying when
both
you use the
guys
ageism
understand the
thing,
fight's gonna
that's
happen.
you went a step too far.
I
Because
think no, I don't think he
I've
went
been,
too
and
far.
you said
Big Dog
something
made
that
a good point.
I haven't thrown any insult at Jimmy. The only thing I said is that he's a hater. Other than that, there's no other insult that I threw at him.
it's kind of an
I
That's
insult.
never
it.
threw an insult. I just called you an intelligent. You
But
find
it's
that
okay,
insulting?
man. It's
I never
okay.
Okay, I just want to make it clear, bro. That's all.
Okay. Listen, I think we got a lot to be
Nah,
positive about. Errol Spence, he's saying the fight's going to happen. Bud Crawford is saying the fight's going to happen. They're kind of trolling each other a little on Twitter. I mean, to be honest, I think things look positive. Errol Spence is saying, I'm coming for your belts. Spence is saying, I'm, big fish, and Bud saying fishing season. I think they look optimistic. I don't, I think maybe it could happen. Yeah.
Well, let me twist it a little bit more. If this fight doesn't happen, and I mean it needs to happen this year. None of these dudes are getting any younger. Let's keep it real. I got time to bullshit around, right? And they're not the same as they were 4 years ago. That's just clock, right? Internal clock, biological clock, whatever you want to call it. But imagine this twist, though. Imagine if the fight doesn't happen and either Errol or Crawford gives Boots a shot at the title. Right? I mean, at this point, right, Bud and Errol is at a point in their career where they can only make big moves now. That's all they have left are big moves. The Danny Garcias, the Kell Brooks, all these, those, that's history. They don't got time, number one. And number two, they just don't have any room for it legacy-wise to make those type of fights anymore. So sometimes we got to look at the glass, half full instead of half empty. If this fight doesn't happen, fine. Then one of you dudes need to give Boots his title shot then.
Hey,
Maybe
yo,
Spence is
wait a
right.
minute.
Hey,
Interjecting Boots.
I'm on. Go ahead, bro.
No, interjecting Boots, man. Look, y'all. I understand he looks good and stuff, but here's the problem: is you give this guy his title shot and you fuck around, stop him. Everybody will say he's lubing and he's unproven. The dude need to go out here and get maybe a legitimate, go fight Stan Jonas, get a legitimate quality top 10 win on your belt before you slide into the Lions Den, because I think Spence or Bud destroys this dude at this point in time. And then at the end of the day, we're all saying that he wasn't ready. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't think
So
Boots ain't ready for
He's a
no title
mandatory.
shot.
what about
He's a
Thurman then?
mandatory.
You mean Boots fighting Thurman?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an excellent fight. I'll take that too.
No,
Because
I think that's
regardless
unfair.
of how we feel about Thurman and his inactivity, I mean, if you want to give him some acclimates, the end of the day, the dude has one loss. He's a former unified champion. I mean, I guess some of these corny 147-pound rankings got him in the top 10, but that's a legitimate win too. That's still better than Clashio Clay, who's been sitting on the shelf for the last several years. I mean, let's get a legitimate opponent who's 147 pounder, who's at danger of actually at least taking you into the second half of the fight.
Okay,
but Errol
Kingsley,
Spence is a
I can agree with you about Boots, all right, even though I have high regard for him and I think highly of him. But I think you get my point though as well in regards to Spence and Crawford. They got no more room, bro. All they got left in their career are big legacy fights. That's it.
I understand that, but Boots at this point in time is not a big legacy fight. He's just not. He's just not at this point in time. He's not a big legacy fight. Like I said, he's a Lubin going against Charlo and you knock him out, and then everybody
No, he's
says he's
Errol
not
Spence
proven.
going against Brook for the belt. No, but listen, you can't say that. When Errol Spence was mandatory for Kell Brook's belt, he fought absolutely nobody. Tomato cans. The same tomato cans you're saying Boots is fighting, right? So when he was the mandatory, he fought Kell Brook for the belt. But when Boots is the mandatory, he can't fight Errol for the belt. Bro, you're being a hypocrite.
Wait, no, wait a minute. Because first of all, there is not a comparison. There is no comparison of Errol Spence's record at this point in time to what Boots got. I'm sorry.
What
There's
was
fighters on there that I can legitimately point out.
I agree.
I'll pull up his box rec, and there's fighters before he went and fought Kell Brook that made him proven. So please do not compare the records. It's not no hypocrites. It's like I actually pay attention first before I say stuff. So dude, you need to do your research first.
This guy, no,
What you do your research?
Jimmy,
Jimmy,
bro, this is what I'm.
I'll pull up the box rec right now.
Jimmy, this is why. So Jimmy, this is why I know you're biased, right? You just brought up and to degrade Spence, we're talking about Boots and be on both these guys' heels. But what do? You revert back and you talk about Spence and try to throw shade on Spence. Talk about him following. I mean, come on, bro. You see what I'm talking about? Like, come on, bro.
Is it mandatory? What do you want me to do? Is he buzzing?
You know how I know he's biased? Because he said that tickets to a Spence fight's $20. That's
listen, I swear to God, I swear to God, Divine, someone told me on fight day they were going for $25. I'm not trolling.
Hey man, I got a good price on the Golden Gate Bridge if you want to buy that next week.
This is why he's making $1.5 million, bro, on his purses, obviously.
All right, Jimmy. I was supporting you for a minute.
I let you on the panel, bro.
You're going too far now.
A lot of people don't want me to put you on the panel, bro. I put you on the panel because you make it interesting, but don't do that. I mean, I have limits, bro. Like hearsay shit, like, oh, somebody told me they went to a Spence fight and they paid $25. Like, bro, I mean, that's ridiculous. You got to prove that shit. And if you prove it, then I'll say, well, damn, Jimmy, like, good find, bro. Like, you can't come up on a panel and just pull something out of your ass like that, bro. Even if your mate did tell you that, I don't care. Like, that just crosses the line because that's what makes you suspect in your bias analysis of a certain fighter when you say stuff like that.
Jimmy, I'm just gonna say this on real quick. Jimmy, listen, dude, come on, man. When I first got in here, I was like, listen to what you're saying. I'm like, okay, but just don't. You're making yourself look bad. So just stop it while you're ahead. Okay. So just when next time you talk about something, don't hate because you're hate now. Now you proving Leonardo right. You're just hating now. You're just hating, pure hating. So just stop it.
I've been said that, man.
No, but he's taking it to a whole new level now.
Oh yeah, I knew it. That's why I had an argument in another. I'm not trying to shit on you. Everybody shit on Jimmy Parade and like that. But I said the last thing. I had an argument with you, Jimmy, last panel, and you would just bring up stuff like, "Come on, we're talking about Boots being on both these guys' heels because he is a threat." You know what I'm saying? Sure, he hasn't fought nobody, but why do you have to go back to hate a particular fighter? Talking about, Errol Spence. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of petty. You know what I'm saying? So
the problem is Errol Spence is mandatory, though. That's my point. You guys are saying Boots hasn't proven himself. And my point is, when Errol Spence's Brook is mandatory, he never fought a top 10 welterweight. His resume was pretty weak, but he got a shot at the belt. So why can't Boots get that same privilege?
I'm sorry.
Let
me don't even have a Chris Van Heerden on his record. Boots don't got a Algeria on his record. Come on, man. That's like I'm saying to you. It doesn't even have to be a top 10. I'm saying just a legitimate welterweight that has actually been fighting. He could top 20. How about that? Top 25.
Yeah, now that
King
of Kings brings it up, and it's got me thinking. I think that he needs minimum somebody like Keith Thurman or Danny Garcia.
Yeah.
Just one more.
Absolutely.
Just one more fight of that type of a caliber type fighter. Then I'll be on Spence's neck to defend his titles against his mandatory. But throw him in there right now. It's like if you can't. Here's my thing. For me, it's Danny Garcia, to be honest with you. For me personally, because I'll tell you why. Danny Garcia never been dropped. Danny Garcia, he's ready to go 12. right? And he's got a mean left hook. Like Danny can hurt you too, right? Now I understand you know, he's a little bit smaller than Keith, and Keith is true welterweight. I get that. But I feel like Danny's a better fight. It's more of a fan favorite fight. In my opinion, I think Boots stops Keith Thurman. But I don't think he can stop Danny Garcia. Either way, you prove yourself. And
you know
now
what,
there's
Divine?
no question.
You know what, Divine? And I think he'll probably stop that. I think he'll probably stop Danny Garcia, to be honest. And because I don't know exactly how good he is, but bro, I'm really high on Boots. And I do think he's next. He just got to prove it. I'm in agreement with you. He got to prove it. But the thing about it though is the thing about it though. Hold on, Jimmy. I'm gonna give you a chance to speak. Hold on, bro. I'm gonna give it back to you. Just let me finish this point. I think that at the end of the day, you know, it's crazy how these guys, they want Earl to fight Boots. He's they're fight Boots. It's like they don't want him to fight Bud because they know that Boots is a threat. He's an obvious threat, and they don't want the Bud to fight Spence. So that's almost like a cop out, in my opinion. You know, when you say stuff like that, it's like, what? Why would you want him to fight him?
Well, Jimmy is saying that Boots is now the mandatory to, what is it, the IBF, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So I get that, and he's not wrong in that. I mean, that is true. But to King of Kings points, though, however, if you just jump right into it, like you do take the risk of, if you get outboxed or you get beat up or, God forbid, you get knocked out, then that hurts your career massively. So you need a little bit of like tact, right? You need to be a little bit tactful on how you go about this. As talented as I think that he is, it's a huge risk to go up against Errol Spence like right now. And that is if Earl can't make the fight with Bud, obviously, right? But if you beat somebody like Danny or Keith, then of course there's no denying him now, especially if he knocks either one of them out. Right. And so I understand he's a mandatory now, but just because you become a mandatory doesn't mean the next fight you get a title shot. I mean, it hardly ever works like that anyway.
Yeah, I feel like with the Spence fans, they didn't have this energy though when Spence fought a compo mandatory that everyone was calling a cab driver. They never said he needs to, get more experience and prove himself.
He didn't want to fight Campo. Campo's the only one that took the fight. The mandatory was that Magnolius or whatever his name was. He turned the fight down. They were going down the list to get him a fight. So that's not, once again, you're taking it out of context and you're doing it on purpose because it's like you're just not trying to be honest about the conversation. It's not the same thing. He took that mandatory because there was nobody else that they went down the list to find somebody. And look what happened. Look how everybody like you shitted on him about fighting that dude. So I'm saying to you, right now, if you look at the comparison of their records, Boots is on that same level. If he goes beats him, you're gonna be like, oh, but Boots wasn't ready. He got him too early, and look, he took advantage of his before he was fully developed. And we gotta hear all that crap. That is just typical, man. Like none of that makes sense. You gotta be consistent and understand the fight game.
When he fought a compo, it was all good. But now,
no, it wasn't all good. Nobody wanted him to fight. Ocampo had to get forced into that position, and that's just the IBF, which is one of the few organizations that makes their fighters fight their mandatories. And they went down a list. If you remember that, he wasn't even the mandatory. There was 2 or 3 guys above him that turned the fight down. So that's not the same thing.
You don't want to fight Boots.
No, it's not. Look at you, man. You need to grow up, man, because like I said, you sound like a typical. I mean, I'm not trying to call out your, but you sound like a typical UK weirdo. Is getting on my goddamn nerves, bro. Keep it real. Keep it real, man. Be honest with yourself. That's why we don't get fights. You're the reason why we didn't. Dudes like you is the reason why we didn't get the Wilder AJ fight. Dudes just like you. So here we go again.
Didn't I just warn him?
Yeah,
you did.
Didn't I just warn him? I said a lot of people don't want you on the panel, bro, but I bring you on because you make it a little bit interesting. But don't be on that dumb shit.
Straight up.
You're gonna get shredded, bro. You're gonna get shredded out here.
Yeah, I mean, go suck his dick, bitch. Come on, bro. We gotta be mature. We can't throw personal
But see
attacks.
what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
yo, that dude he infuriate. He just saying stuff to say. Look, he bringing up Kell Brook. He probably low key a Kell Brook fan. He's still mad about him losing that fight, and so whoever's against, it's like this. Like, dude, do you want to see the fights or not, or you want to sit here and be an old hen sitting in a chair nitpicking, man, bro? What is like, yo?
Yeah.
Like, man, I was not trying to go there, but the dude was pissing me off. Like, I realized having these conversations when I was trying to get this Wilder AJ fight with the same type of dudes like that who just sit there and don't make no legitimate points, bring up a bunch of irrelevant shit, say that Wilder didn't have a great record and all this crap, and then we don't get the fight, and we never know what would have happened. We never get an undisputed champion because of dudes like that. They don't want to see the fight. They want to cause chaos.
You know what that reminds me of? It's almost like when you argue about something, or you don't like something, or you talk about something else, and then he's that type of dude. But what's his face though? I mean, dude, we ain't talking about him. But what's his face though? Like, it's almost like we make one point, and then people like him bring up another point that has pretty much nothing to do with the point we're trying to argue for, what we're talking about. It's like, what?
It's like what Big Dog was saying earlier. He was saying, like, you always give everybody a little bit of a chance when they come on, right? You don't know what people's opinions are. You don't know what their stance is, but there's certain things where, yeah, you get exposed as either A, being biased, or 2, just being a straight up dick rider, or 3, just being an all out hater. Just being somebody that wants to, like King of Kings said, just cause chaos and disruption, right? So when you say things like, "Oh, I heard from a mate that he only paid $25 for a fight in Texas," it's like, come on, bro. Like that's when, like, even for me, and I can tolerate a lot. I have a lot more patience than most people, but I can't let certain shit like that go. And look, Jimmy come on here a few times. A lot of people, hey, yo, Devin, be careful of this guy, right? And even goes back to other people that's been on the panel before. I've had people personally text me. Like, I've had, like, Drew Titan, like, personally, hey, yo, you don't want this dude on your panel. But I'm the type of guy that is like, I got to see it to believe it. I want to make my own fucking opinions. And there you have it, right? They end up saying some dumb shit, and they always come in the same way. Try to, I love boxing, mate. Yeah, boxing's great. Yeah, just want to come and talk about boxing, mate. Yeah. And then eventually it comes out, right? But you're right, though. You're right, though, King of Kings. Like, a lot of people, when we were talking about Joshua Usyk, for example, when I made my prediction video saying that Usyk was about to stomp him, I got so much hate from Joshua fans. It was crazy. So then when it happened, then it's like, it went silent for a little while. But now they're starting to come back a little bit and think that, he's going to win the rematch now. Whatever, right? But when we were out here talking about that Joshua never really wanted that smoke, like, now we see, right? Now we really starting to see who Joshua really is, man. And they love to point the finger at Wilder for every little thing that they possibly can. Like, it's not enough that he came up short against Fury. Like, and even then you say, oh, well, he was exposed as a bum. But you got to go even further than that and talk about how Joshua, would have stomped him, and all these other UK fighters, Dillian White would have stomped him. It's like, come on, man. Come on. We all know, and deep down in your soul as well, that Deontay smashes all of these dudes, man. And I'm telling you right now, I feel the tide turning a little bit. I don't know. I'm starting to get my little spider tingly feeling now that Wilder's coming back. I don't know why I feel it. I feel it. I've been talking to a few people behind the scenes. I think he's coming back. And there's nowhere but up. Huh?
Salute to Wilder for his statue.
Yeah, I talked about that at the very beginning of this stream. I talked about it for about 30 minutes about the statue. But 100%, let that statue stand tall and proud. But I think he's coming back. And when he comes back, he's got a list. Right? And either you're going to duck or you're going to get that smoke.
Hey, Devin, I
Period.
want to thank you for letting me on your panel. I got to go now, but thank you for letting me on your panel and say my piece. It's been a long time. The only thing that we only had that one little conflict, not conflict, but disagreement. But other than that, everything else has been smooth sailing with you, bro. So thank you for letting me on your panel.
Always, man. This is what it's all about. I want this. I want people to come in, not have an echo chamber, and bounce around different ideas and opinions. That's exactly what it's about. It's no different than being at a barbershop or whatever it is, man, and just chopping it up with your boys.
As long as it doesn't get personal. Like, no.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we start talking about, faggots and sucking dick and shit like
all
that.
Shit, that's too far. That's way too far.
Nah.
But all right, guys, you guys have a good one.
All right, bro.
Hey, be said, bro.
Yeah. So just like what King of Kings was saying, like, there's only so much you can tolerate, and I knew somebody was going to get irritated eventually. I have a lot more patience. But look, Jimmy, if you're still listening, which you probably are, you just can't come in here with that shit, bro. And quite frankly, the shit that you said tonight, Ben, I don't know if I don't know, man. Oh, he's backstage now. He's backstage now.
He might need a break for the evening so he can evaluate his thought process, because, it takes away from the conversation. But hey, I just want to piggyback on you talking about Wilder. Yeah, man, look, the heavyweight game is boring without Wilder. And what's funny is all the boxing, where you like him or hate him, knows it. It's just like they're like talking about Suleiman bringing his name up. It's like, yo, I seen Wilder in the studio. We're like, I don't know if he's even thinking about boxing. But then I've seen him training a little bit, some push, because I actually stay in Alabama. I've been to his gym before. I'm actually, when they do a statue, I'm gonna go down there as well.
Take a photo with it.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna have that be my new avatar or whatever. But yeah, man, the game needs them bad, bro, because like I said, even people can say what you want, man. Yes, it did. I had to concede defeat to Fury. I had to eat crow on some shows and stuff like that. But man, the way he went out, man, it just, and before that fight, what the narrative was. Oh, he's just trying to get a paycheck. Well, if you fight like that trying to get a paycheck, then everybody need to be trying to get a paycheck. Because that was wild, man. It was a good fight. And he lost to the best heavyweight in the world. And being number 2 still makes you better than everybody else, except for one man. So I'll take it.
You know what it is, though, King of Kings, man. Like, what they'll tell you is, and I'm talking about the people who dislike Wilder, they'll tell you, oh, I didn't feel so bad about him. I thought he was good for boxing, but when he started making the allegations is when I really started to hate him and dislike him, especially about Mark Breland. I think Mark Breland, what the things that he said about him is really what set people off, and put a target on his back, where people were just so, desperate for him to lose and what have you, right? But, for me, right, it doesn't really, and I've had a lot of other channels out here, and I've been on the boxing voice, I've been on a lot of channels, and I get attacked because they're like, I don't understand how you can continue to support Wilder when he said all this shit. And what I want to say is, like, and I've said it before, that boxers say shit all the time. So my question is this, and I asked it on a panel one time and I couldn't get an answer. Why is it okay for a guy with a mouthpiece like Paulie Malignaggi, for example, who has criticized boxing, corrupt judges, referees? I mean, he's went on fucking tirades for years, and it's okay for Paulie to talk about it. And everyone's like, yeah, Paulie, yeah, tell him, Paulie. Anytime Paulie has lost in a big fight, especially, he's come up with all kinds of excuses to the point where it's corrupted and this, that, and the third, right? So when Wilder comes out and says how he feels, then all of a sudden, oh, he's making excuses and blasphemy and this and that and the third. See, that's where that double standard comes into play. So people say, oh, well, it's not the same when you're calling corrupt judges in comparison to saying that your water was spiked. then they play that. They play that card. But to me, it's simple. He felt some kind of way and he spoke on it. Right? And because of that, he could have felt so strongly to the point where, man, I didn't even want to get in this ring ever again with this man. Right? I don't trust this man at all. I don't want to be anywhere near him. But he still took the third fight. As a matter of fact, he had almost forced that third fight because Fury tried to get out of it. He did everything he could to get out of it. Postponed the fight, got COVID. Supposedly, his daughter got sick, and I'm not saying she did or didn't, but I'm putting all the reasons on there on why he was trying to get out of the fight. And quite frankly, I think when he showed up fight night on the third fight, I don't think he came in great shape. And I think if Wilder was a bit more reserved, a bit more calm, a bit more strategic, I think he would have knocked out Fury no problem. But he was too fixated on the knockout, burned himself out, got tired. And Fury's been around the block, man, too many times. He just put his head down, keep walking forward, and grind his way in the fight, right? But not to beat a dead horse, but I bring this up because Wilder has now got a statue in Alabama, and rightfully so. And how is it not celebrated by America as a whole? Right? We celebrate other types of statues in America. And I don't have to get into details. You guys know what I'm saying. So why are we not celebrating a man who brought us excitement, who represented his country in the Olympics? Right? When the country turned his back on him, he still stood tall and said, you know, I'm an American. I'm going to fight for my country. I represent my people. Right? So rather he stays or goes, why isn't that statue being celebrated like all the other statues that we have all across America who actually stood for lesser things and, quite frankly, quite hideous things? I don't know anywhere along the line of history of Deontay Wilder where he stood for any hideous things. There may be some things that he may have said that you didn't like, but how could you dislike what he stood for as a man and as a father? Which, quite frankly, in America is something that sometimes you can argue that you hardly see a influential father figure who takes care of his family and his children. And to me, it's never been a black or white thing. That's period. I know plenty of white, quote unquote, fathers who don't do shit for their children. There just so happens to be more white people in America. So the ratio doesn't always stand out as much. The point is that you should celebrate a man who takes care of his family and his kids. And put his family, put his country, put legacy on his back. And fought to the bitter end, right? If he decides to leave. So everybody should go down, take pictures of that statue, and have those pictures to show your children and your grandchildren that you saw Deontay Wilder, one of the hardest punchers in the heavyweight division, fight. Right? And so when people say, oh, I don't understand why you like him, Devin, well, I don't understand how you dislike him and what he brought.
I think a lot of people make that statement of bringing up the second fight and the excuse, but you expose yourself as being disingenuous about it, because then we see some of the individuals that were saying some of the stuff, similar things happen to them, aka T.O., whose esophagus exploded, and Canelo, who just recently had all kind of, they're just bringing excuses out the bags. It's just all kind of ridiculous stuff. So it's not really that. I think it just the problem was, and then, bringing up Breland or whatever. Okay, so if you guys are such advocate for Breland, why doesn't he have another job somewhere? Why aren't you guys pushing for other fighters to hire him if it was such a travesty? The thing about it is a lot of that stuff wasn't even said by Wilder. Breland got fired that same night because he broke the rule. If your boss says you have one rule and you can't break this rule, and you do that, You get fired. People get fired every day. Why are we acting like this is something? Why are we acting like he can't be in control of his own corner?
Shit, you get fired. You get fired for lesser things.
Thank you. You get fired if you show up late 2 days in a row. So I mean, we talking about something that means more to this man than the only thing that probably means more to this man in this world is his family, and out of this world is God, because I know Wilder's a religious man, so a spiritual man. But so it's just goofy, like you said, that it should be celebrated. I've seen him do things on principle that would be tough for somebody else to swallow. When he went up and he got that pardon for Jack Johnson, we talking about something 100+ years in the making. And he participated. And I heard people, look at him, he's up there with Trump and all this crap. Well, Jack Johnson's family asked him to do that. And out of principle, he went there, even though he may have despised who the person was doing it. But he understood the greater good.
Right.
That if you think about Wilder's story, that's the American dream, man.
There's got to be a movie made about him, and I hope that some director steps forward and makes it happen, man, because it's a hell of a story. Exactly, it's a true American story, true American dream, and it has so many indications to it that should inspire the whole country. You know what I mean? Like we look at Rocky, for example, right? Great story. I enjoyed the movies. But how was it much different than Deontay Wilder, which, I mean, ironically enough, is a heavyweight as well, and the things that he was able to accomplish. And you're right, though, man. Like, we don't really take into account the things that he's done in his community. We always look at Muhammad Ali and the things that he did in the community and for Black people in general during, the civil rights movement and all that different stuff. But Deontay did a lot of things as well. And, I already expected, I kind of expect UK fans to go for Fury, right? Natural. Doesn't necessarily have to be a black and white thing. It can be simply, Fury's from the UK, I'm from the UK, whatever. Obviously, they come in, they troll, and they are racist, which that's sad. But I don't expect much from them. But it's sad when your own people in your own country follows that same trend that the UK fans are leading. This campaign to dismantle Deontay Wilder. That is tragic. That so many Americans of different colors and races rode that train and continue to ride it. But I think their knees shiver at the idea of Wilder making a comeback. And I stand firmly in the belief that one of the biggest reasons why Fury is saying that he's going to retire is he's accumulated a lot of damage by Deontay Wilder. Because he didn't have a lengthy professional career. It's not like he fought the same amount of fights that Holyfield or Tyson fought. He didn't fight a lot of big punchers. Right? So he's taken a lot of damage, man. And I think that if Wilder comes back and Wilder starts knocking out the likes of Joshua and perhaps Ugas or Usyk, or any other top heavyweight, Tyson Fury will always hang his hat on the idea, well, yeah, he's looking good now. He's looking devastating. He still looks good. I'm going to continue to stay where I'm at. I don't want any part of that shit. And I beat him anyways, so it is what it is. But that's probably my biggest grievance, my biggest disappointment is witnessing people in America discredit and try to destroy a man that has done so many great things in his life and amongst other people that is in his lives and for the country as a whole. That is sad. And that truly paints a picture for me to keep a close eye on what is really fucking happening in America. And that is my opinion. What's good, Ricky?
My bad.
Came in late, brother.
I know, man. I seen the link. I figured, me and you been trying to link up for a minute, so I figured, why not? You know what I'm saying? What's up,
Yes,
everybody?
sir.
How y'all doing, man?
What's up, G?
Everything's
Yeah.
everything. Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably just getting ready to wrap it up, man. We going 4 hours strong, man. It's been heated up in here, but I wanted to finish it on a note that is necessary. You know what I mean? So feel free to go ahead and leave your thoughts if you had anything in your mind.
Oh man, I heard you talking about the people's champ, the bronze bomber, Deontay Wilder, and the truth of the matter is that boxing, nor the United States of America, the red, white, and blue, they don't deserve him. They don't. He said he retired. I think it's a great move. He's done everything he needs to do in the sport of boxing at this point. They don't appreciate. I mean, it's just like anything else. That people never appreciate what's really good for them, or who had their best interest, or who really loved them till they go. The simple fact that people want to say that Tyson Fury's the greatest heavyweight ever after beating Deontay Wilder should let y'all know, really and honestly, where Deontay Wilder stands as far as a competitor and an opponent and a champion in boxing, period. Tyson Fury owes Deontay Wilder everything. Everything.
And I think he knows that deep down.
Yeah,
he just doesn't want to admit it. But I think 10 years down the road he will.
And
I do.
And we didn't. And I mean, when we're fans of him, and we didn't appreciate him enough. I didn't appreciate him enough for what he brought to the sport, for what he stood for the man he was. The sport doesn't deserve him. They don't. As in life, and I said this before, as in life, most people don't recognize the real ones till you can't touch them no more, till they not in your circle no more, till you can't benefit off of them, till you can't see them the way you want to see them anymore. And I think he's done everything he set out to do, what he planned to do from the beginning, which is take care of his family and take his family to a better place. There is no need for him to go through this no more. There's no need for him to prove anything else to nobody else. He's won. He succeeded. Even in 2 losses, he's won.
Yep. And if Fury does decide to retire and Wilder does come back, pretty clear indication, right? That I asked a Fury fan the other day. I said, if Fury does indeed retire with the resume that he has now, and Wilder comes back and beats Joshua, beats Usyk, beats Andy Ruiz, then whose legacy is better? Right? Who is higher on the all-time heavyweight list? And the Fury fan looked at him and he said, well, Fury, of course, because he beat Wilder twice. And I said, wrong. And that's where you're tainted. And that's where you don't understand boxing and how it works and how the rankings work. How the fucking Fury be above Wilder when literally the only man on his resume or men are 2 people, Wilder and Klitschko. That's it. And he beat Klitschko when Klitschko was on the way out. Yep. Don't give me that bullshit. He didn't beat Klitschko in 2005, in 2006, in 2007. Right? And he got 2 wins against Wilder. That's it. It's not even a debate. It's not even a debate, in my opinion, on who has a better legacy and who is ranked higher if Wilder comes back. And even if Wilder doesn't come back and it stays the way it is right now, it's still debatable, in my opinion.
Well, because by their own words, according to them, Wilder was a bum the whole time anyway. So so it's like it's such a contradictory statement to say, oh, well, he beat him twice. Why you say he's a bum? When you're really acknowledging he was the best fighter in the division, period. And Fury beat him, and that's why he's great, because he beat the best fighter in the division. And if he does come back and he adds those names to his resume, I mean, come on, man. It just means maybe Fury's a bad matchup for him. But at the end of the day, when it came to all the other fighters, Wilder's the one that beat him. So of course his legacy is superior.
Mm-hmm.
That's
If Fury
exactly what it
himself
is.
isn't good, if Fury
That's
himself
exactly
isn't
what it
good,
is.
man, anybody else loses to Deontay Wilder.
Yeah. But I think that's exactly what it is. It was a bad style matchup. And if you can look at all the heavyweights, line them all up, Fury will always be a bad style matchup for Wilder.
Yep.
Every time. If they fought 10 times, it will always be a bad style matchup just because of his length, his size, his dirty tactics, how he weighs. And people forget Wilder is not a big heavyweight, man. He is not a big heavyweight.
No, he's not.
He can fight at cruiserweight if he wanted to. Right? So it's not like, Fury, people say, oh, well, Fury can do that to anybody. No, he can't. Because Wilder is one of the smallest heavyweights there is.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He's not built to have a 280-pound man lean on him.
He's a blown up cruiserweight, if we're being honest.
That's exactly what he is, right? So it's like it will always be a bad style matchup. Now, AJ is a style, in my opinion, it's a match made in heaven. Because if you can't neutralize Wilder's power, you're getting knocked out. Period. And the only way you neutralize his power is do what Fury did. Is walk to him, punch and grab, lean, right? Let go, punt, and you have the length to do it, have the size to do it. Right? Even if AJ is boxing well for 4 or 5 rounds, all it takes is one punch, and it's all she wrote. And Wilder knows that. Wilder knows you just gotta land one shot. And unlike Fury, AJ won't get up. Because he has shown to not have a chin. Now, obviously, Tyson's he's hard-headed as fuck, number one, to be able to take the type of shots that he took against Wilder in 3 fights and still be able to get up. That with some possible, some gypsy voodoo or some shit. But I think he's the only one who can take Wilder shots in the division. You know what I mean? So we're going to see. We're going to see. I think that the statue coming out is a little indication that we may see him again. But I agree with Ricky. If he doesn't come back, we just have to accept the reality that we didn't give him the appreciation that he deserved. He was underappreciated. And that's are hopeful for him to just seeing him. And there's also I don't feel like I want to give back. I want to give back a little bit of a little bit more appreciation, if I still can, because I think the Fury fights really brought out who he really is and what he stood for. And then we finally really did grasp it at that point, because before that it was I think those who liked him were just, oh man, he's great for heavyweight boxing. He knocks dudes out. He's got a pretty cool story. And for a lot of people, that's all it was. But after Fury, it really you feel like you connected with him more on a personal level, right? Because he really came out who he is as a person. So for me, it's more so having him come back and just be able to appreciate him a little bit more before he finally does sail off into the sunset. But for anybody out there probably peeking through the blinds and saying, oh, here comes Devin again talking about Wilder. We'll see if you keep that same energy 5 years down the road when the heavyweight division's in a fucking stone age.
Not sure where it's going.
All right. We'll see. We'll see what you say then. And then when you start making videos on your channel talking about, well, I wish we can have guys like Wilder. We don't got any more guys out there like Wilder anymore, man. Because you guys remember the heavyweight division before Wilder? That was the Klitschko era.
Yep.
Was it exciting?
The dark ages.
Klitschko be putting me to sleep watching his fights. 1-2 hold. 1-2 hold. Right hand down the pipe, hold.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And Wilder himself brought us out of the dark ages. Right? As soon as he started climbing the ranks, knocking dudes out, grabbing his first world title, that's when there was a major shift. And now that's gone, right? And so we have our hopes on other younger heavyweights that might be able to do what Wilder did, but I don't know if anybody can actually replicate what Wilder was able to do. Not for a very long time. That's just my opinion. But see Mr. G. Yeah, man. I hear you, man. Like Jimmy comes and goes, man. He comes and goes on the channel. I think it depends on the topics that I talk about. He tries to get on the panel. I've had him on here a few times. Sometimes he is low key, but other times he gets triggered. There might be a certain fighter or something that he's, trying to hate on, and then, he just turns into who he really is. So, I try to warn him, and he got shredded. He got upset, trying to cuss people out and leave the panel. So, it is what it is, man. I try to give everybody a fair chance. Yeah, Cursor, I see you, bro, man. I'm so tired of talking about Canelo, man, to be honest with you. I got much energy to talk about him. His ass got stomped, and I want him to soak in that shit a little bit. And as soon as the excuses came out, they started to come out talking about he thought he won the fight. It's just like, man, I refuse to give him any more energy, any more accreditation, nothing. Like, not from me. He's got to sit there and wait. Right? So all these rumors about Errol Spence fighting him and he's going to fight Usyk. Look, man, if you ain't talking Charlo, Andrade, or any of these other guys at 168, then I don't have any time. Period. Like, I'm sick of it. Let the Canelo dig writers over in these other channels talk about him. The dude got his ass beaten. They're still talking about him as if he has the same relevancy. No, he don't. He don't have the same relevancy anymore. His ass got knocked down a few notches on the pound for pound list. So deal with it. So look, man, I appreciate everyone coming in, man. My man Ricky and the King of Kings, and also Jerome. You guys came in a little bit later, man, but it's always good for you guys to be a part of it. So I guess the next fight, I think is this weekend is Benavidez and Lemieux, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we got Benavidez and Lemieux. I'll probably go live on it. I think that's going to be a good fight, man. I think that's going to be a hell of a fight. And I look at the comments and I look at the videos, the promo videos, and everyone talking about it. 90% at least, if not 95%, saying that Benavidez is going to win easily. He's going to walk Lemieux down and beat him up and knock him out. I don't think so. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he might win, but I don't think it's going to be as easy as people think it's going to be.
It's going to be easy, bro. I'm telling you. He's going to stop Lemieux within 7 rounds, man. Lemieux has no defense whatsoever. He don't move his head off the slot. He comes straight forward, man. David Benavidez is about to destroy this dude, man. I'm telling y'all. 7. And that's me being nice.
And 7. Okay. Yeah. All right, so y'all heard it here from Ricky. I don't think so. I don't know. I haven't really thought in depth on how many rounds it will take. But I will tell you that I will say this. The later it goes, the more trouble Lemieux gets into. I will agree with that. I think that the first 3 rounds is where Lemieux has a chance to try and do something. If Lemieux is able to land something big and hurt him, I think Lemieux, you can't deny the fact that he doesn't have a killer instinct. If he hurts Benavidez, he's going to jump on him.
Yeah, no doubt.
And try to finish him, right? So I agree. If Benavidez is able to get through the first 3 or 4 rounds unscathed for the most part, be able to defend well and just continue to chop away, yeah, I got Benavidez winning the fight for sure. Because if it goes deeper in the rounds, yeah, Lemieux just, he's going to drown.
Well, yeah, what plays into that is Benavidez is kind of a slow starter. So
yes, exactly.
That's the situation right there.
Exactly. And to be honest with you, if I'm in Lemieux's corner, if I'm part of his team, I kind of tell him that. You don't want to tell a fighter that. You don't want to tell him, hey, try to knock him out earlier because you got a 12-round fight on your hands. But you got to know your fighter at this stage in Lemieux's career. You ain't trying to go toe to toe with this young dude for 12 rounds, man. Like, let's be real. I say come out round one, try to feel it out with the jab, figure out his range a little bit because Benavidez is long ass arms. Try to feel it out as much as you can. You might have to take a few shots early. By the third round, you're trying to knock his ass out. You try to land something big, try to hurt him, try to at least get a knockdown, and go from there. Like, if you can knock him down, maybe you can finish him off in the next round. But if you go in there and try to fight him like you fought Triple G, I don't know what the fuck he was doing in Triple G fight. Triple G just put a jab in his face the whole night. Right? But you can't try to box with or stand toe-to-toe with fucking Benavidez. Benavidez has no problem throwing combos, ripping you to the body, ripping you to the head, pulling back just enough to avoid your power shots. So I think you got to step into Benavidez's chest. And, Lemieux's he's not a small dude. He's a solid 168 pounder. So it's not like he's going to be overwhelmed with size necessarily on the inside. So you just got to use whatever you can and try to hurt him early. And I think it's possible. But I like these type of fights, man. I like these type of fights a lot because it's like on paper, if you're going to bet, you go Benavidez all day long without hesitation. Right. But it's a type of fight where if I was feeling lucky and I was feeling good and I like the odds, I would put money on Lemieux, man. And I would. And I'm actually considering on it, probably like a 4th round KO or something like that. Because I don't know about Benavidez's chin, really. Has it really been tested?
It's fine.
He got knocked out before, didn't he?
Benavidez?
Yeah, start. No, I thought you said Lemieux.
No. I know Lemieux's been stopped against Triple G, I think, stopped him late.
Yeah.
And then Marco Antonio Rubio when he was like a mandatory.
Yeah, I heard that wrong. My fault.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So what I'm saying, has Benavidez's chin really been tested? I think this is the first time where he's going up against a real strong puncher who could potentially test his chin. So you got to put that in perspective. Yeah, Cursor, I agree. If Lemieux don't get it over by 5 or 6, then it's a wrap. Either he'll just get beat up and the referee will stop it, or he'll get put out of there. But I feel like Lemieux is a live dog for the first 5 rounds. I think he can definitely, because Benavidez is not a defensive wizard. He's going to get hit at some point. At some point in this fight, he's going to get hit with something, either a left hook, which David Lemieux is very good with the left hook, or he's going to get a straight right hand. And if he passes that chin check, then I think that will demoralize Lemieux, and then it'll be over from there. But we have to see. Yo, Crush, what's up, man? I know you a night owl. You be coming in super late every time, man. Good to see you. But look, that's the next fight we got on hands, guys. I'll probably commentate live on that fight. Looking forward to it. And then we got some other fights on the horizon after that. So we've been blessed, man. As much as we go at each other's throats on here and we debate these fights, I mean, one thing we got to be happy about is, man, we've been getting fights back to back, like literally 6 or 7 weekends in a row. We've been getting big fights, and not just big fights, but like title fights, undisputed fights. So it's been a blessing, and we gotta appreciate that as much as we disagree sometimes. Appreciate what we're able to witness and be a part of, and try not to let the Spence and Crawford outshine all the great things that we're able to witness in boxing right now, and continue to ride that wave, man. But I appreciate everyone that's come in here. Some of you guys have been in here for the past 2 or 3 hours, man. I appreciate your guys' endurance and staying part of the conversation. Everyone on the panel, go ahead and leave your final thoughts, anything you want to say. I'll go ahead and kick it off with Jerome because you've been kind of chilling in the background here. So anything you want to say, man, to finish off your points or your thoughts, go ahead.
Well, I definitely want to say salute to everybody and for giving their opinions on these fights. And everybody just being honest and being a fan of the sport. Now, one thing I will say, and this will be the last thing I will say about the whole Spence and Crawford thing. Now, yes, Spence does have the ability to say, well, this is where the fight should be, or this is where I think the fight can be. But if it's going to get to a point where the fight is going to come to a head, you just have to give up that leverage and say, hey, let's just make the fight and let's just be neutral. Now, as far as saying where the fight should be, or if you're worried about ticket sales, or you're going to be able to fill arenas, hell, Las Vegas has the Allegiant Stadium. You can have the fight there, and the stadium is just as big as Cowboy Stadium. I think that one seats like 80,000. So you could have the fight there and still make your money, as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, that's my point. That's all I gotta say. And everybody, enjoy the rest of your night.
Appreciate you, Jerome, man. King and Kings, man. Let the people know.
Hey, appreciate me letting me on the show, Divine. And just to echo some of the things you said, man, we're going through a renaissance right now. Some great fights every weekend, historic fights. We have a year where we're going to have multiple undisputed champions arise. Unless Kambosos and them somehow pull a draw, which I doubt. But hey, you guys enjoy the sport, man. Like, I know we want to get back and forth on the side, but if we're going to compete and be fans of different fighters, let's make sure we're being fans to the point where we're making the fights happen and not just sitting there having fantasy matchups in our head and wasting our time, So, hey, salute to everybody. I appreciate the time, Divine.
All right, man. Good to have you, bro. Ricky, you came in a little bit late, man, but at least we got you for a little bit.
Yeah.
Thanks for dropping in, bro. You staying up late tonight, huh?
Yeah, man. You I don't know why I just can't sleep lately, man. It's like I don't get to sleep till like 3 hour time, or y'all know it's daytime over where you at, but it's like it's going on 1 o'clock. I can't get sleepy till like 3. It's crazy. But
Damn.
yeah, man, thanks for having me through, man. I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, man. We'll link up properly, man, soon. Maybe we'll get another big panel going like we used to do, and really go around, because I think this Spence and Crawford, it's gonna keep going round and round. Even if the fight's made, it's gonna get even more heated.
Man, make the fight, bro.
So
like I said before, man, I'm sick of all of this, bro. Like, yeah, everybody now that it's time, everybody, leave the past in the past, man. The past is what's got us here to today, man. Make the fight, bro. Make the fight,
for sure.
No matter what y'all
say,
the ball is in Bud's court, man. Make the fight, bro. It's been in his court. The ball been in his court all this time. Y'all just don't want to believe it, but make the fight, bro. Let's get to it so we can go ahead and spend this money. Get these Airbnbs or these hotel rooms and see history get made, bro. I'm sick of all this talk, man. You like Bud?
Absolutely.
You like Bud? Great. You like Errol? Great. Let's get to the fucking fight and then let's talk about it.
Absolutely. Yep. Could have said it better myself, man. That's what it's all about. And as boxing fans, we got to do our part, man. Instead of going at each other, we got to pressure these fighters. These fighters know, man. They listen. They listen to YouTube, man. I'm telling you right now, and they pay attention. A lot of them got ghost accounts and all kinds of shit. So we got to pressure these fighters and let them know that, like, yeah, we going crazy out here about wanting the fight to happen. But at the end of the day, we want to hold everybody accountable for not having this fight happen, man. And that's the only way you really get this fight happening. But look, man, we're going to continue to chop it up I think, as I said, when I first started talking about it, I think the fight's going to happen. It's just a matter of when and how and
where.
I don't know, man. Maybe if we stop talking about it, maybe it'll happen then. Shit, I don't know. Maybe if we all just boycott it, so you know what, man, fuck it, ain't gonna happen. So we just talk about other shit, and then maybe it'll be like, oh damn, I guess they don't care anymore. So let's go ahead and make it. I mean, I don't know, man, but at the end of the day, it's an undisputed fight that's like it's on the same level, I guess, as what maybe like a Hagler Hearns or a Leonard and Hearn, that type of shit, back in those what was it, the 5 Kings, the 4 King era. And we're kind of reliving that moment now, and we got to appreciate that, because like that's an era that my dad went through. It's an era that my dad told me about. I wasn't old enough to watch those fighters go at it, you know what I mean? And my dad lived through that. My dad used to tell me, man, they all fought each other. They all fought each other. And that's some legacy shit right there. So it just got to happen, man. And so hopefully we get it soon. And Arturo, man, I see you in the building, bro. We got to get you on too again. And I hope it didn't hurt your feelings when I said I didn't want to talk about Canelo anymore, but it is what it is, bro. I ain't got nothing left in me right now. I need some time to let it marinate so I can come back a little bit later. Hopefully he stops saying dumb shit. Anyways, guys, man, I'm going to get up out of here. I know it's super late out where you guys are at. We went 4.5 hours strong, more than enough. And again, man, appreciation. Make sure if you haven't hit that like button, go ahead and do that. And we'll be back on here again soon. Y'all stay up. Peace.